not recording it. Okay. First and foremost, my name is Tanya Anderson, and I'm the Fisher Center for Social Justice and Racial Healing. So very, very much in giving us your time today to join us for Building Bridges. I would also like to introduce three very special people who have worked with me in terms of the technology, who are co-hosting this event with me. Jennifer, why don't you give a shout out to everybody so they see your face?
That's me. Hello, good morning.
Yes.
I'll be fielding questions to our panelists. So when you do have a question that you want to ask, if you could use the Q&A function there on Zoom and enter your questions, I will gather them and give them to the panelists at the end of their presentations.
All right. Shelley, give a shout out.
Good morning, everyone. I am Shelley Reese. I'm an English professor at USAO, and I will be monitoring the chat today. So if you have technical questions or you have something that you want to comment on that you don't think needs to go in the Q&A, or if you attendees just want to talk to each other about the presentations, then that's the place to do it. And feel free to send me a direct message if you need me. Have a great day.
All right, thank you, Shelley. And Chris, you've already seen Chris, but give a shout out. Chris is associate professor of sociology at USAO, and we discovered that he has an alternate identity as a DJ.
I was a DJ for 8 years of my former life, so I get to do it again. It's pretty fun.
So these guys have been a rock to me, so thank you for that. Before we begin, it's very important for us to understand that, at least within the states here, the land that we occupy did not originally belong to us. The indigenous history of the land, the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma campus goes back to time immemorial. And across that expanse of time, many successive groups have lived here and created sacred legacies in this area. We recognize the historical connection our university has with its indigenous community, on whose traditional lands we learn, live, reflect, and teach. We fully recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereign rights of all 39 nations within the state of Oklahoma. In doing so, we seek continuity and connection to the past as we look to the future with increased collaboration with our indigenous neighbors. Everyone, thank you again for joining us today. We have a spectacular lineup of contributors who will enlighten us and inspire us. Leading off today is Serena Pramasud. She is a community organizer managing campaigns with United We Dream Network. For over 6 years, she has worked with diverse immigrant communities, from refugee resettlement with Catholic Charities to employment-based and temporary visas with the University of Oklahoma Health Science Center, and with undocumented and mixed status families as Executive Director of Dream Action Oklahoma. Serena, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your expertise.
Thank you so much, Tonya. It's an honor to be here and be among all of you who are here to learn and to share space with each other. I am Serena Pramanasud, as Tonya mentioned, and I am going to talk to you today about how social justice movements require constant revision. How do we start actually embodying liberation? And so I will just go ahead and start, and hopefully I won't run over time too much. But let's just start with my name. So it is Ma Qingping in Chinese. And then that is my Thai last name, Pramanasud. And if I said my pronouns, I'm sorry. But again, my pronouns are she, her. And I know we already just did a land acknowledgement, but I encourage everyone, to, if they can, to look up what land they are on. I am very much wanting to honor ancestors because the stories we tell are the ones that are not just ours, but theirs. And of course, the land we're on belonged to Indigenous peoples and their ancestors. And so right now I'm on Kickapoo land, but also Comanche, Wichita, Osage, and Kiowa, also known as Oklahoma City. So I first and foremost like to call myself a cycle disruptor. I'm one of many organizers and activists trying to change the world, but we have similar stories, but our minds and our bodies are definitely marked by unique experiences. So today I will speak not only of my experiences, but what I've learned from them and what I can offer others. And so through this storytelling, I was hoping that you all would walk away from this talk starting to understand a few things. And these are some takeaways that, we'll see if we get there today, but the first one is that identifying and changing the root causes of oppression is not enough. You can't actually just educate people not to be racist. You can't just change hearts and minds. And that's not enough because this approach ignores power and it ignores your relationship to power. Two, being in solidarity with the oppressed is also not enough. Solidarity requires facing and processing your own traumas, understanding your triggers, and developing a nuanced understanding of the personal and collective responsibility and accountability that you have. And then the third one, rehumanizing ourselves and decolonizing is really the work of our lifetime and also generations to come. I think it's important to mention that, the world that we want to see is likely not, we're not going to see it in this lifetime. Our children may not even see it. Our grandchildren may not. But we do have to celebrate progress, but we cannot lose sight of the infinite project that is liberation and a just world for all humanity. And the fourth one is about radicalism. Maybe after today, you'll rethink what that means. It's got a lot of negative connotations, right? But as a means to our end of liberation, it should be welcomed. Radicalism with a critical spirit is always generative and creative, which is what I feel after a very tumultuous year last year is what we need, right? Progress is good and must be celebrated, as I said, but there have to be people that take risks, that force concrete transformation of objective reality. And we can't keep repeating iterations of the same tactics, the same ideas with just little improvements, right? So hopefully at the end of this talk, these are your takeaways, but we'll revisit them with some tools and some next steps. And so I think the next thing is to go through a few of the concepts and the baselines that I have decided to use to retell my story. And of course, all of these unlearning experiences that I've had, I've had to explore through these concepts. So what is empire, what is imperialism, and settler colonialism? What do we mean by heteropatriarchal capitalism? What is the most accurate framework of racism that helps us understand the effects? And then what is a model minority? Is that a myth? What is that narrative all about, right? Immigration, we all know it. We think we know it, but there's definitely deeper deeper meanings and definitions. And then let's actually name the systems of oppression, right? So let's just go ahead and dig in. I would take a deep breath because this is definitely not something light. And it's not necessarily, exciting or fun to talk about either. So let's talk about empire, imperialism, and colonialism. Pretty heavy. Please do not just get fixated on reading text. But an empire is a nation state that has imposed authority over other groups of people with the intention of continually ruling over them, right? So I have a picture of what was the Ottoman Empire and the expansion of that empire. And then I think it's important to mention that for the purposes of this definition, a nation state we can define as meeting these criteria, having an imagined common identity, a geographical boundary that's protected, and a government bureaucracy that's capable of collecting taxes, the people that inhabit that territory, and then the state will have a monopoly over violence. Imperialism. Imperialism is the idea of expanding the expanding the empires, right, by force with violence and dehumanizing tactics. And so this is actually a picture of like Asian imperialism, or not Asian imperialism, but the imperialism of Asia, right? To help you with a visual there. And then finally, one of the dehumanizing tactics, the most prominent, is settler colonialism. It's the practice of invading lands of other groups of people, expanding the invasion, erasing, appropriating, commodifying the culture, knowledge, including science, to steal resources on behalf of the imperialist rule of the nation state. For examples here, and something that I really wanted to mention is that colonialism was so marked because they literally transformed the landscape, right? And reshaped and destroyed that connection of people to the earth. So when I talk about names, right, this picture in the right-hand corner was the indigenous and original names of lands juxtaposed with the actual boundaries and state names that we know today. This picture of a mountain is Bukhansan in Korea, and it just exemplifies this so much that, destroying and that connection to the land of the people and that spiritual connection was key. The Korean people believed that their ancestors lived in mountains and their spirits resided there, and that the land provided energy for people. And so the Koreans to this day believe that the Japanese put a spatial curse on them when they invaded. And they are still finding spikes, like literal spikes around this area, and also where they drilled holes into mountains so that the ancestors and the spirits would leave. I mean, this is like psychological warfare, right? The death of your identity and your social being. So definitely not a light subject, but let's move on to what's heteropatriarchal capitalism. So that means it is a system of those with the most resources who fit the identity of the nation state, get to control the means of production and the enterprises and businesses, and they can profit, right? There are also people who do not fit within the nation state identity, and they exist just to be exploited and be profited off of. And relationships all really become transactional, right, with capitalism. And so when I talk about passing, right, those with the most resources are the ones that are white or white passing, they're cisgender, they're heterosexual men who benefit from upholding white supremacy, white nationalism, practice racism, and implicitly or explicitly uphold settler colonialism, empire, etc. And then passing, one of the best definitions I've come across of passing is as a cultural concept. It means that in the eyes of power, you have been othered for your race, your class, your gender, your sexual identity. But passing talks about having the capacity to conceal that otherness to power. And we'll talk about that more when I talk about the model minority. Racism. So for the purposes of this presentation and my storytelling, This is a phenomenon of white supremacy and white nationalism. I'm sure you'll hear a lot more and get deeper dives in the later presentations today. But race, you've probably seen this definition that racism is prejudice plus power. And that tells us that only one group has been historically capable of that, right? Of employing racism. And then we're at the model minority. The best definition I could put together is that it's manipulative propaganda. It pushes a false narrative that one racial group is more capable than others at assimilating. It has the intention of propelling anti-Black, anti-Brown, and anti-Indigenous prejudice in the service of white nationalism. And it's a false narrative, right? Groups that are targeted for being the model minority will continuously broker belonging to the US and also enfranchisement. Moving on to immigration. I know, and I know you all know, that migration and immigration is a human inherent in humans, right? It's a behavior that that is inherent to all of us. But we have seen it being politicized, and with the colonialism and the nation state, it really has become the commodification of the free movement of people. And it, like I mentioned, is a phenomenon of the perpetuation of the nation state, our capitalist systems, and economic liberalism. And we can get into that at a later time. Systems of oppression. These probably look super familiar to you, and this is not an exhaustive list, but these are the exact same systems that other people view as systems of oppression. So there's just definitely things that I'll elaborate on in each when I get to my own story. So hopefully we can keep all 6 of these concepts in mind. I know that was a lot, but this is the angle with which I hope we can consider these systems. And then I wanted to take a moment right now to actually consider these 3 questions. And there's no right or wrong answer, just listen to your intuition, write what comes to mind, right? But what is your relationship to the oppressed? What is your relationship to the oppressor? And then what topics, statements, or questions, what about social justice actually causes you discomfort, right? This is getting into your mind-body connection, the discomfort you feel in your body and your mind. And then the last consideration is, do you identify yourself as a radical? Do you have radical beliefs, and why or why not? Maybe that is actually something that, you're sitting in discomfort about. But if you just want to remember these questions, think about it as a first step in this process of self-reclaiming, right? So moving on to my actual story, I've broken it into 3 parts. The first part is like what I like to call programming. This is how I was programmed to be aligned with those systems, right? Those 6 concepts. And I'll talk about my experiences with each in each of these story parts. Part 2 is the cause, my drive, my will to live, right? Like, where did that come from, and what was it? And then part 3, my radical curiosity and my challenges, right? So I will go ahead and dive in, and I just save questions. I realize I can't explain my whole life in this short presentation, but I'll try to address these concepts in each part. So the first one's programming. And I want to start by saying that for several reasons, I've been doing a lot of growth and healing and expansion through vivid dreams that I've been having. And one recently was about my grandfather, Gong Gong. This is a picture of him and my grandma, Hu Hu, from my mom's side. He passed when I was 2 or 3 years old. But in my dream, he was alive, right? And that was a very interesting dream. We're in Oklahoma, right? So I was dreaming of a tornado that was coming to us, and we were just waiting for our deaths. But we were trying to save as many people as possible. And then we watched it go around our house. And my grandpa was there. We were also together, but he actually died again in my dream. And it was strange because I didn't have a lot of emotions in the dream about it. But I consulted, some of my friends and some of my people who I consider like healing mentors. And they told me that, remember that ancestors show up in your life and your dreams as guides and reminders. And, they have reminded me that, we always carry our ancestors with us, even if they are from far away. So my ancestors are from Thailand and China. This is my dad, his third from the left in Thailand. And so that means, and then this is my my maternal grandfather, who barely got in through the US while the Chinese Exclusion Act was still going on, but through some loopholes. And this just means that I'm a 1.5 generation immigrant because one of my parents was born abroad. And that also means I was privileged with citizenship. So I was raised in an immigrant household, a very immigrant family environment. And of course, I married into a mixed status family. So immigration is very prominent in my life. This picture on the left in the corner is of my maternal grandmother. And I got super curious when I was in high school about her journey here, escaping communism in China. And, I wasn't really worried about how my dad got here until high school either. And my stepmom as well, I didn't even realize she was undocumented until later in high school. So I would also add that in college, it was when I first met my first undocumented friend. I didn't know a lot about what that meant, but I just knew he was always worried about his license renewal and always had cash. And then it's the first time I got to know some undocumented and Salvadorian coworkers, making pupusas together in their house, and me just telling them I'm on your side, but really not knowing what that meant or how I actually needed to show up for them. And this is a picture of my aunt and my mom in 1964. We're gonna move to race really quick. Frank Wu's book called Yellow. He talks about how Asians are neither black or white, right? He gives a really good first example of an Asian American. He was one of the first to head a major research university, and he arrived in the US in 1956. He said that as a graduate student, he never rode the buses because he was humiliated the first time he boarded one, right? Black people sat in the back, white people rode in the front, and he did not know where he fit in. He didn't know if he wanted to be, or he knew he did not want to be consigned to the back, but neither did he believe that even if he dared to sit in the front, that he could stay there in good conscience. And that's, I feel like, one of the best descriptors of how that feels, right? And I'm biracial, mixed Asian American. So when I think about times that I realized that I'm not white, it's pretty easy. I was called the chink several times throughout elementary school and junior high. I remember that during Sunday school, people were pointing to me and my sister, asking the teacher if we were yellow. And then in high school, someone dared to ask me during a game of truth or dare if it was true that I had a sideways vagina. Just mind blown. But all of these memories, I think I've compartmentalized because I can't even remember how I reacted back then. And then how I knew that, Blackness was not something to aspire to in my family, culturally and in Enid, Oklahoma, was that, there is this derogatory term for a Black person in Toishan, and because we are Toishan, which is like a peasant Cantonese. And, I just have memories of all these derogatory comments and uses of that word. I knew that when I would volunteer at a community after school program in Enid on the east side, which was predominantly Black, it was always called dangerous, although in reality, we all know it's just super over policed. And growing up in rural Oklahoma, I know that my mom's generation, my aunt and uncles all normalized this otherness and discrimination because I have seen their comments in their yearbooks. And so it's passed down, and it's sad that I was still encountering the same kind of violence that they were. But when I bring this up to them, they say, oh, but they were nice to me. And, it's just how they've normalized and internalized this. And I will say that when I was younger, I wasn't aware of the impact or the intention behind the model minority myth. I do know that I followed along with a lot of the stereotypes, as in I was voted most likely to succeed in high school. I was salutatorian, right? I took piano and I took violin, and I had a very strict dad. I had straight A's throughout college. But I do think that my family, my Chinese side, assimilated relatively well in rural Oklahoma. We had a restaurant for over 40 years. We employed a lot of people. So we fit into that like capitalist, heteropatriarchal capitalist model. And, we did it as a means of survival. My family worked in this restaurant, whose dressing is still like famous and well known in the area. And they put 4 children through college, right? So I do want to say that in terms of empire and colonialism, my encounters, my engagement and experience with this was just very paradoxical, that, I would get this hate language that's pervasive of Orientalism and rationalized the settler colonialism of Asian countries. Yet I grew up learning to romanticize settler colonialism in elementary school. I shamefully participated in these, like most people, these land run reenactments. I remember I actually showed up on the front page of the newspaper because my costume and my props were so photogenic. It pains me to like say it today, right? And of course, just the incredibly whitewashed version of the history of the state and this territory. And these are my aunts and my uncles in these pictures, and of course they wouldn't think this is appropriation, but this is not a historical account of what happened, but it just goes to show how romanticized cowboys and Indians were when none of the violence was really understood, right? And I do want to mention my uncle, my grandfathers, my great uncles. They all wanted to assimilate. They wanted to prove their Americanness, right? Much like the Japanese in World War II went to war while their families were in internment camps and horse stalls, right? I mean, this is the lengths we go to prove that we belong. And that's my grandfather in the corner there. So I don't have visuals for heteropatriarchal capitalism, my encounter in this point in my life, but all I know is that I was always told to get married to a man, a good job, someone to provide, that always working hard is going to give you rewards, right? Which all we know is a myth now with this capitalist society. And that, productivity is key, and that, to the point where you work and you stop listening to your own body. That was my family, having a restaurant open 6 days a week, right? So I want to ask, and I can't see you all or anything like that, but if we move to the systems of oppression part, who here grew up thinking that driving with the dome light on was illegal? I've been in lots of spaces where everyone's like, yeah, me, definitely. And exactly, so little did we know, that's a myth. I just found this out literally last year when it came up, but it just goes to show how much you absorb when you're young, and you just take it for truth, right? And one of those things that you take for truth is that police protect you, which they don't. If you go into the history of policing, which we won't go into, it's not true. But I will show that when I was young in my journal, this is a prompt. I never want to go there. And the fact that I was always told to trust police, but I was terrified of jail. two places that I never wanted to go was Antarctica, which I definitely is a wrong thing. I would go there now. The other one was jail. Like, wow, we're born to be terrified of the criminal justice system, right? And then I think I will say, in terms of a religious system, this I had an encounter with Southern Baptism, and I associated it religion with my mother's mental illness, because she had her first breakdown in a church, and she was always super paranoid of the police, and that made me, attribute distrust of the police to her mental illness, which reinforced the myth that they're here to protect you. And so these are just some of my experiences up until I was about 19. And that's my mother, and my father on the left, his hand is on her shoulder. So we'll move quickly to the part 2, the cause, the will to live. Like, how did I start getting active? What did I find in the world that motivated me, right? And I would say that this is the part where I learned about the injustices around the world firsthand. I visited Thailand since I was 11, frequently but irregularly. My stepmom and my dad still live in Thailand, and I haven't traveled there in a long time. So I've dreamed about Thailand a lot recently, but Thailand was never colonized. I've seen how it's been able to thrive. And, not only have I visited Thailand, but I've been privileged to be able to travel to at least 16 countries now. And I actually studied how to fix the effects of colonialism, right, with my development studies degree from one of the best universities in the world, London School of Economics. And it's just, it goes to show that it's a gargantuan task. It can't really be undone. It's an infinite project to undo capitalism, right, and colonialism. And what drew my attention initially to international studies, leading me to this degree in London, was actually studying genocide in high school. I definitely did not understand the nuances of like specific ones, but I thought it captured me, right? How is humanity still resorting to these tactics? And I actually organized. I didn't know I was an organizer, but I organized selling these shirts and donating the money and all of that stuff. I had trash bags full of these shirts in my house in high school. And, this really brings me to immigration. So like with my understanding of the genocides and the internal conflicts in other countries, I still had a very white gaze approach to immigration. Even though I'm, a 1.5 generation immigrant myself. And as a senior in high school, I went to this journalist camp. I wrote an article like this. When I read it now, it's like I cringe because I don't like the words. The framing of immigrants is, it's not empowering in any way. It upholds this like myth of the American dream, right? And interestingly enough, I ended up interviewing a refugee at Catholic Charities, here, pictured here. And after my LSE degree in London, and 6 years later, I ended up working in refugee resettlement. And then I started getting into local activism with the undocumented and mixed status community here in Oklahoma through Dream Action Oklahoma, the largest and only youth-led, queer-led immigrant advocacy organization in the state. And I spoke Spanish, and I was welcomed into the Latina and Latinx community. And I will say that this is a time in my life where I lost this shyness to talk to strangers, and it was hard work because we had a mayor that was like not ready to be supportive openly of undocumented immigrants, and so it was definitely not an easy thing to talk about this and be open about it. And of course, being an ally myself, I didn't want to take up too much space. But yeah, I learned, I found my voice here. I got out of my comfort zone because I had a cause. And then fast forward to 2019, and when there was a rally at Fort Sill, that was the first time I actually met Asian organizers, which was huge for me. And just, I traveled a lot, but never got to understand the movements of Asian Americans, and I got to be with Sewer Solidarity. And that brings me to race. This is the biggest thing of this time, is when I realized that I myself was oppressed, that I am a person of color, and that I owned that. But also when I came back from abroad, I realized, my whole motivation for wanting to fix the problems in third world countries was replicating white saviorism. And then if I talk about, the model minority connection here and the realization, it wasn't until that time in my life I fully understood my privilege as an Asian who could walk through life benefiting from the model minority myth, and that my Asianness contributed to my ability to pass as almost white, or proximity to whiteness. And there's so many other connections to the systems of oppression, but I was able to navigate all of them pretty well. I was able to vote. I was not disenfranchised. I had a driver's license. I was not racially profiled, detained, deported. My English is good, even though some people will look at me and ask questions. But I actually contributed to predatory systems because I needed a job. Actually, one of these things that I joke about is after getting a degree from one of the best universities in the world, I worked at a pawn shop. Because I spoke Spanish, I just needed money, right? And I contributed to that predatory system. My status, my proximity whiteness has definitely benefited me, and that was something that I had to grapple with in this period of my life. And finally, in terms of heteropatrial capitalism, I realized at this time that I also identified as non-binary, that I am queer, but there was still some shame around it. And, I was still rediscovering like what it felt like to be part of this new label, or if I even wanted a label, right? So to sum up, in this part of my life, I identified as the oppressed. At the same time, I recognized my proximity to the oppressor. And, I made decisions, right? I decided that this country was not what it's made out to be. There's structural poverty here. I'm going to stay here, not work abroad, and, work and be in solidarity with the oppressed. And then, organizing is the best way to create change right now. That was up until I was around 30 years old. So then I will move to part 3, where I started to question things and I became radically curious, right? This is where I really leaned into immigration justice. I realized that Asian Americans have always been at the forefront of change. Unions, the farm workers unions, the Filipinos and the Mexican are the ones who allied with the Mexicans that gave birth to the farm workers union. That we've endured so much about racist imperialism before the Chinese Exclusion Act, and before all the lynching of the Chinese in the 19th centuries, before the Japanese internment, which are normally the public's consciousness starting points, right, for understanding Asian discrimination. And then, this is also when I realized that the commodification of the free movement of people, immigration, just has so many root causes deeper than the prison industrial complex. And then I'll say that marrying a Black African immigrant was definitely a gateway to really question the source of Asian anti-Blackness. I don't have time to go into this, but that's definitely something that that marked a point in my life and of growth. And then if we talk about the model minority, this is when I started to problematize and understand why my grandparents, right, and my uncle, the oldest son, was registered Republican, why they're so conservative. It was a means of survival. It was a means of, it was a means of just getting to where they needed to be. And I don't think that they haven't gotten to that point of understanding that yet. And then some of the places that you thought were cool and cute as a 10-year-old, as a young person, you just realize that it doesn't have the charm that it really does, that you thought it did, when you realize state has appropriated this land as part of the colonial project, that lakes were covered burial grounds, and then they were named after white businessmen. What else? There are state parks that were just a way of reclaiming land of others, and then again, renaming it. And my partner's Kenyan, and so just reliving his experiences, going back home, going to Kenya with him, and just being being in partnership with him, I realized how much of that colonial trauma is passed down, right? And then now I will say that for some, I guess, comic relief, I realized in this period of my life that I am definitely bisexual. I knew since I was 5 and 6, 7 years old, from the time when I found somehow Chinese Playboy magazines and was like, what are these in my grandma's house? I won't get into how they got there, right? But for 30 years, I didn't realize that, you know, there was significance to those memories and what happened. I just couldn't place it because of all the programming happening up until I was in my 20s, right? And then lastly, I just want to close with like the system of oppression and what really happened last year. Man, 2020 was really challenging. There was a lot of discomfort. This is when a lot of the world came to terms with the police and what is abolition and like, why do I feel this way about police, right? And why am I uncomfortable? And I think I realized that a lot of other cities experience the same kind of like toxic spaces, the kind of like infighting between local organizations that happened in Oklahoma. You know, this is a very like traumatizing video to me because I was there, but you know, we came to terms with what the police really does to the community. And so I do remember that this last year I tried to talk about an issue about a family member who is actually a person convicted of a felony. And when I tried to raise this issue on a family Zoom call, bad idea, man, I got some blowback and I just had to shut it down. But, you know, there's also a lot of discomfort that I realized when the police in Oklahoma City shot dead Benny Edwards, who was homeless and also suffered from some mental illness, because I had this flashback of, oh my God, with my mom, sometimes my family would threaten to call the police on her if she didn't do what we asked, and how, you know, effed up that was at the time, knowing my mother was deathly afraid of the police. And then now realizing that if that was to happen, it could result in her death, right? So lots of things happened last year, lots of internal discussions and realizations. And, you know, a lot of the toxicity lended itself to that in the organizing spaces. And, you know, one thing that sums it up is like, I had to see and realize that people that were platformed, there were even leaders that, you know, I was devastated about. I realized that movement spaces were the best places for them to heal their childhood wounds, but using their adult power that somehow was harmful to others. So, you know, I'm gonna have to wrap up because I could always talk for hours probably, but these are my experiences with my radical curiosity and challenging why I believe what I believe. And I'm going on 33. So I had choice points, right? And I think if this is what I can rediscover about myself, and it took me this long, just accidentally, how much can I rediscover and grow if I am intentional about it, right? And, you know, I'm still struggling with, is this current social justice movement repeating the same dynamics, the same leaders, that voicing the same people without envisioning and actually creating and forcing the change? And if no one is doing organizing work is doing this work of reclaiming themselves, their stories and their healing, will we really get where we need to go, right? So that is my story. I think some steps and tools is actually connected to the considerations that I asked you, the questions to write down. Identify your positionality with the oppressed, the oppressors, and own it, right? And tools here are just mapping your privilege. Where do you have privilege? What spaces do you have privilege in? What spaces do you not have privilege in? And then assess for like appropriation, because we do it unintentionally, right? Appropriation is when you are denigrating, exploiting, or erasing, and maybe you're engaging in a way that's uplifting, right, to this culture, this group of people. And then, you know, is it confirming stereotypes? It's not about oppression Olympics, like who's more oppressed, who's not. It's about understanding your relationship to the oppressed deeply, and then mirroring that understanding with your actions. And then step 2 is continue your healing process, or start it. Unpack that trauma, like journal. Somatics is the mind-body connection, and somatic therapy has been really great for me. And get to know your ancestors. I mean, dream with them like I have. It's something that I've been really uncomfortable with, is should I honor my ancestors if I don't agree with the way they behaved or the harm that they might have caused? And then an answer that really helped me with this is, when you heal yourself, you heal your ancestors and what they've done, right? Decolonizing and rehumanizing. The tools here, I would say, spirituality, whatever that means to you. And then date yourself. Relationships are all complex, but the most complex relationship is with yourself. Just take it on for the challenge. And then step 4 is radicalizing and criticizing. And the tools here is science fiction. The work we're doing to build this world that we've never seen before is science fiction, because we don't know what it looks like. No one has experienced it. And duality as a lens. What is the complete opposite of a prison industrial complex? What's the complete opposite of caging people who are criminalized for not being able to meet their needs because of the systems of oppression, right? And you can make a choice at any point, right? You can make any time a choice point for you. You just have to be intentional about it. And, you know, because of all the shared trauma that we've experienced in one way or another, we've really devolved from our humanity because of these systems and the stress and the changes they put on our mind, body, and our spirits. So, you know, I would say that we're also not only healing our ancestor wrongs when they follow these steps, but we're setting up our future generations to not repeat what we've done and the way that we've thought. So we have everything we need to heal. I want to say that it's all within us, and that revolution starts in your body. So it's never too late to start this journey. And to end on some hope, I have so much faith in the Gen Zers. You have no idea. They are the ones that are already consciousness. Their consciousness is already there, and their starting point is part 3 of my story of radical curiosity. So, you know, their discomfort is already their starting point. And I really think that we are moving in the right directions if we can do this intervention on ourselves. And I don't have my sources in a very academic format, but I'm sure we can share this presentation later to get some of the resources. And I'm sorry we went over time, but thank you so much.
Wow, Serena, you have spoken truth to power. And I cannot thank you enough for sharing your personal story, the story of your ancestors, your expertise, because you have paved a way for us to build bridges and to heal. So thank you so very much. If anyone has questions, please
Please use the Q&A the function here on Zoom, and I will filter those through to Serena. Serena, I'll start you off with one. Do you think, how to say this, what is lost if a organizer or an activist does not go through that journey of personal discovery that you have outlined here? I guess you could answer it in a negative or an affirmative. What does it bring to the process? What does it take away if someone who wants to be active does not go through that?
I think that we have seen some of that already, or at least I have, in that people who are in these positions of leadership and voices for the community end up not really being voices for the community, but like I mentioned, they're using their platforms to heal childhood wounds, and it's just relatively easy to do in movement spaces because people look to you. If you're loud, if you say the right things, you know, if you're always reacting to something on social media, you get the attention, right? And I think while that can move things forward, it creates problems in expanding your base, in building other leaders, in seeing leadership in other youth. And actually, you know, it becomes detrimental when relationships get complex in movement spaces, right? Because the emotional intelligence is and presence and awareness is what's needed to navigate through those. And if it's not there already in the person, then, you know, you're not doomed, but you're doomed to have very, very hard challenges to overcome.
Right. Any other questions? I don't see any more in the Q&A. I would, oh, here's a question. I don't see the question yet. It's coming up. While that question is being typed into the chat, I will let you know that you should go and read the chat. There's a lot of compliments over there for you and your presentation. A lot of thank yous for sharing your personal experience and going out there on that limb to do that. There we go. Any other questions? No, I didn't see yours in the chat. There we go. Here you go. What strategies would you employ to bring every stakeholder to the table? No, and I lost it again. Oh, Zoom. There we go.
Wow, that is such a good question, Nyla. So I have been listening a lot to people who are like somatics practitioners, cultural somatics to be exact. And I have, while ideologies serve purposes, of course, throughout history, we've seen that it can serve the wrong people with the wrong intentions. And I think that ideology is also part of the problem, right? Ideology can be all consuming, and people can really put everything they have behind it, and it blinds them, right? So I would actually say that a strategy to bring every stakeholder to the table is for people, which is not an easy solution, but for people to become less ideologically attached, right? If you can just become more objective and see things from various perspectives, you can have a conversation about the changes that you want to see, and you can connect with people through the trauma that they've all had, right? We've all had trauma. It might, no matter what race, but I think that is like the common thread to get people at the table. But we're tangled in the ideologies, right? And that's why you can't get everyone at the table. So I think the bottom line is we're not relating to each other in ways that are going to be conducive to working together. And ideology, all the justices get in the way of that.
All right, Dr. Anderson, I think we are out of questions, so I will turn this back over to you so you can keep us on schedule.
I would like to introduce Dr. Cornell Piwiwardi, Comanche, Kiowa. He is Professor Emeritus of Indigenous Nation Studies at Portland State University. He just received the 2021 NCORE Susan Schoen Harjo Systemic Social Justice Award. So congratulations to him on that. This prestigious award is an annual recognition of the work of an individual or organization whose actions have been transformational on social justice issues of race, ethnicity, and sovereignty at the systemic level by affecting laws, policies, organizational structures, and community practices. Dr. Piwiwardi's research explores the theoretical and philosophical foundations of post-colonial indigenous research paradigms that focus on historical and political insight into the lingering impact of colonization, considering the issues faced by indigenous peoples today and identities to survive in the 21st century. Dr. Piwiwardi, thank you and welcome to Building Bridges.
Marawe. Divinity Chad, I really appreciate the introduction, and I'm just honored. My name is Cornell Huey-Wardy. I'm a Comanche and Kiowa, and I'm a citizen of the Comanche Nation. We're located here in Southwest Oklahoma. Our territorial lands are the Comanche, the Kiowa, and the Apache, whose traditional territories are within the borders of Southwest Oklahoma, and many other affiliated nations are here. They have their footprint, the Caddo, the Western Delaware, the Cheyenne, Arapaho, the Wichita, the affiliated tribes, Apache, the Fort Sill Apache, as well as the Comanche, the Kiowa, and the Apache. So many of those nations are still here. Their legacy is lived every day. And I just wanted to acknowledge that my pronouns are he, him, and his. So I'm really very happy to be here, to be with you. What I do have is I'm going to be just reading excerpts, some materials that I just finished with yesterday as presentation at INCOR, as well as a class that I teach, a doctoral level class at the University of Washington called Disrupt and Dismantle Current Praxis in the School of Education. So that is my my introduction, acknowledgement, and appreciation for the introduction. I'll try to be brief and capsulize the essence of my presentation, which is I'm not racist, but, and of course the question is right after that, unsettling settler colonialism in education. And so the condolence ceremony is a part of the prologue, because we are now just witnessing the pains and the sorrows that have happened, but we're also rejoicing in our survival. And so we continue this journey to teaching and learning in this path. But we also have to talk about requickening, which is bringing back lifeways in our own pathways and recognizing our own pain and sorrow, because we witness consciously the damage to our space. And so we have to dry the tears. So in that, we reclaim our intellectual, political, and geographical space by singing our own songs and creating our own educational spaces wherever our teaching and learning takes place. And we continue to listen to the sacred songs of our relatives, most of which went underground because of the Bureau of Indian Affairs schooling system. First and foremost, I'd like to say that post-Indian, I used to be Indian. I am Numina and going to go Kiowa and Comanche in those preferred terms. In English, my preferred term is indigenous or indigenous peoples, First Nations. I tried to reframe and stay away from the writing of American Indian, Native American. Those are terms that have been imposed upon our community. So using rhetoric sovereignty, we create our own terms in our own way. And so therefore, I just thought I'd share that with you. I don't live in a post-racial world as a result of my tribal consciousness. I don't live in a colorblind society. I don't even live in two worlds. I live in one world, which consists of multiple lenses that are intertribal, multicultural, that are woven together. Being or wanting to be colorblind in today's mainstream society is yet another form of racism. And so this presentation focuses on how whiteness is presented and critically looked at through the lens through indigeneity. My pursuit builds on the foundation of critical race theory, but I call it indigenous resurgence theory. That's my methodology and practice and research for addressing the settler colonialism within this country. And we address almost daily acts of survivance and microaggressions through stereotypical acts. So I aim to disrupt and dismantle the grand narrative of these indigenous mappings used in schools and sports culture and the media. So I just thought I'd share that with you because it's really important. Really quick, there's 7 steps of colonialism that are very evident to me. I'll share those with you really quickly. Number 1 is that the settler will take indigenous lands, natural resources, and rename them with colonial nomenclature. 2, the settler will take children, miseducate them, and impose a deficit syndrome. 3, settler will take indigenous religion and spirituality based upon the doctrine of manifest destiny. 4, settler will take away and appropriate indigenous ways of teaching and learning. 5, settler would debate the concept of tribal sovereignty and self-determination. 6, settler will falsify the human record. 7, settler will engage in Western hegemonic research protocols and practices. So we don't need to just to try to understand what has occurred, but I just want to share that with you. But I also would like to share a song that's really important because of the nature of what we try to go through. And this song is a song that I've been singing for about 30 years because of the work that we have done in the world of civil rights and in the American Indian movement, starting in the 60s and the early 70s when I first entered college. This song is in the national anthem of American Indian, Native, and Indigenous peoples' survivance. We call it the AIM song. That's just one version that goes multiple times when you're singing that song, but that's a song that it energizes me and energizes generation after generation. Some of my students have never heard that song, but it is the anthem of the American Indian movement back in the 70s, and it goes on to even to where we are today. We're still in Indian wars. And so as you begin to look at what is happening today, I mean, it's profound that, you know, even in Canada with all the boarding schools here, right here in our backyard, we have Fort Sill Indian School. In Anadarko, we have Riverside Indian School. And up in El Reno, we have Concho, then we have Chilocco, then we have Riverside, we have Hawthorne. So many boarding schools are here in the state of Oklahoma, but that's just Oklahoma, but they're all over the country. But we're reminded by the residue of that history that sheds tears. And only just a few weeks ago in Canada, some of the boarding schools, 215 bodies were discovered by a former residential boarding school in Canada by these children. And many of them, of course, you know, they passed away because they were lonesome. Many of them passed away because they ran away. Many of them passed away because they didn't have antidotes for diseases and sickness. So the government just did what they could, but most of them never were identified. And of course, they never contacted their parents to let them know, because these children were recruited 3 to 4 states away in the early 1920s and the 30s. And so, you know, at that time, you know, that was how that children were educated to kill the Indian and save the man. That was the element of the motto. So my presentation is really about power and control. The ability to articulate a concept, idea, or reality to another individual or a group of people and convince them that the imposed reality is real, it is genuine. So that is the sole reason for critical thinking, and it's really important. So when it comes to discussing the concepts of race and racism in this country, we have to examine the motives of race thought, acts of survivance of people as human beings. Most people confusedly and inaccurately defend themselves against the charge that they have committed a racist act. And the first thing they'll say is, I'm not a racist. And of course, you get that, you know, I've heard that for generation after generation after generation. And so you begin to think about it. What does that really mean? What's the core meaning of racism? And then why do they come up with this warranted defensive notion? And then how do you define racism? And then, you know, a little bit about the language of savagism, which is to me unkind words. It's redskin, chiefs, things like that. And I wanted to share a little bit. And I have about 3 case studies I'd like to share with you that relate to things that have occurred in my life. But I just thought I'd share that with you as we broadcast. And most Americans don't like to be called racist, yet the moral report or reproach carried on by this term is threatened by a current tendency to overuse it. It's like decolonization is not a metaphor. Some people feel this word is thrown around metaphorically so much that anything involving race that someone does not like is liable to castigation of racist. The concept of racism and racist tends to be linked to the predominant notion used to mark morally suspect behavior, attitude, and social practice regarding race. And so as we begin to look at, you know, some of the things that have occurred, I've got incidents I'd like to share with you. Locally, we had the Halloween incident October 31st, 2020, which is last year here in Lawton, Oklahoma at Cameron University, where we have what we call the season of insults, students wearing Pocahontas-style Halloween costumes. And this happened to be the golf team, the women's golf team at Cameron University. But it was couched in a First Amendment right that they can do that, express themselves. But our standpoint in our 3 protests by the Native students that led this protest was that, no, this is you're creating a hostile environment. You are not acting upon the principles of your institutional policy. And so you're in infraction of that. And so therefore that is still ongoing, but that is a local event. And then language of savagism. For example, watching the NCAA Division I softball tournament here in Oklahoma City, 2 days ago, I heard one of the ESPN commentators, you know, they're transitioning to a break, a commercial break, says, let's take a break and then we'll let, I guess we're talking about somebody that hold down the fort. And so, you know, when somebody says hold down the fort or, you know, circle the wagons or, you know, things are, that I immediately shot off an email to the ESPN commentator saying that the commentator's remark was framed out of settler colonialism, suggesting a frontier myth of United States Army forts protecting white settlers from Indians. And then even yesterday, the first game of the women's softball tournament with the Florida State University Seminoles, fans in the stands were doing tomahawk chop to the tune of a Hollywood caricature and stereotype musical song. And then, you know, even this is about still basketball season, and TNT and the NBA commentators said, and there we go again, they were doing another tomahawk chop to the basket. Both comments were framed in grand narratives and race-based metaphors. These type of disconscious comments, ethnic slang, unkind theme tunes, are what I call disconscious racism. This is a term I picked up from Joyce King that infers that individuals are so far removed from the daily realities of ethnic group, they don't even know that they're doing something right or even something wrong. They just continue to do things like that. But these, to me, as an Indigenous person, these are daily acts of survivance. And I see this within the classroom as well. You know, a group of I supervise a classroom teachers, and one of the post-conference that I had, it's in talking to one of the first year teachers in elementary. She got the children in her class, first grade class, and got them in a circle. She said, "Okay, children, hold hands and sit down Indian style." And I said, "Oh my goodness." And so I had to do a post-conference with her. And I told her, I said, "Did you know what you said? You had a disconscious act of racism." And she said, "What did I do?" And I said, "Well, tell me, would you say to those first graders, okay, children, hold hands, sit down, black man style. Okay, children, sit down, Asian style. Okay, children, sit down, Mexican style. Okay, children, sit down, white man style." She said, "Oh, I would never do that." I said, "Well, Mrs. Smith, you said sit down Indian style." She says, "Oh, but that's what I've been told. I watched this. This is why I grew up. This is," so I really appreciate you letting me know. So, this is the acts of disconscious racism, DYS, disconscious, like in dysfunctional. And so another nationwide act of white identity performance was by Rick Santorum. Last month, CNN cut its ties to the former Republican senator and television analyst Rick Santorum over disparaging comments he made about Native American culture. In a speech to Young American Foundation, a conservative youth organization, Santorum said that immigrants created the nation based on Judeo-Christian ethics from a blank slate. Quote, "We birthed a nation from nothing. Yes, there were Native Americans, but there isn't much Native American culture in American culture," unquote. Another racial incident occurring CNN happened during the recent United States election night, where CNN labeled Native American voters as, quote, "something else." And then when the Native American Journalists Association asked them to apologize, CNN refused. So we can relegate it to an asterisk or, quote, "something else." So we continue to be invisible. So our motto here in Lawton for the Indigenous Peoples Day is making the invisible visible. And so to correct the record, what European colonizers found in the United States, the comment prompted Fawn Sharp, president of the National Congress of American Indians, to call Santorum an unhinged, embarrassing racist who disgraced CNN and other media companies that provided him a platform. To correct the record, what European colonizers found in the United States were thousands of complex, sophisticated, and sovereign tribal nations, each with a millennium of distinct culture, spirituality, and technical development, that she wrote in that statement. And in that statement, she said, "I'm thrilled that CNN is ensuring that justice is served. This was never a matter of a decision that would be made. It was only a matter of when. I look forward to continuing to be the resource of CNN as a network work to combat racism and inaccurate narratives." But that's after they let him go. So I just thought I'd share those incidents because they were here locally. And of course, the racist costumes at Cameron University, the Cameron AAUP supported the group, the Native groups in the Gamma Delta Pi women's sorority, Native women's sorority, by writing a chapter, a resolution in 2001, whereby the AAUP is committed to fighting systemic racism, pursuing racial justice and equality in colleges and universities, in keeping with the association mission to ensure higher education contributions to the common good. Black Lives Matter, and Black and Indigenous people and other peoples of color, including faculty and students, have the right to thrive and not just survive. The inequities, systemic racism, complicit violence evident in higher education institutions reflect our country's failure to redress the harms of slavery and by centuries of violence and discrimination. We support our Indigenous students in the efforts to combat cultural appropriation and racism on campus, and we applaud the efforts of the Native American Student Association and Gamma Delta Pi, their courage and persistence in raising important and painful issues. We reject the notion that wearing Native American costumes on Halloween is simply a First Amendment issue. It's an act of cultural appropriation. It is unacceptable and should be addressed through education, not deflection. We call upon the administration, and specifically President John MacArthur, to issue a formal apology to Cameron's Indigenous students, alumni, community members for the following reasons. First, the university technically promoted this act of cultural appropriation by sharing the image of a Cameron University athlete wearing Native American Halloween costume on officially university social media channels. And second, for labeling this as a First Amendment issue, thereby trivializing and dismissing the ongoing concerns raised by students and community members. So these are just a few case studies that have occurred here, here nationally, statewide, and locally. But of course, we know that these are all master narratives that going Indian is a myth within the European imagination. And that what I call empirical nostalgia. And that's a phenomena that appears that when they reinvent our image of ourselves and that as tribal symbols, and that for the purpose of reliving and reacting the past of America's wild west to the lens of the other or whiteness. And so, you know, all the things that it said, we talk about that language of salvagism, you know, we're still hearing to this day, and we're haunted by the only good Indian's a dead Indian. I mean, that was a term, you know, coined, you know, a long time ago. I mean, we have Sheridan Road here in Lawton that Phil Sheridan is the one that coined that. But he said when he asked the questions about the Cobbs, Apaches, and the Comanches, he said, well, the only good Indian I ever saw was dead. And so that morphed into what is called the only good Indian's dead. And so that kind of symbolism still is right here within the midst, one of the main artery streets here in Lawton, Oklahoma. Low man on a totem pole, better red than death. One little, two little, three little Indians. No, that came from Mother Goose nursery rhyme, where it was really says one little, two little, three. They had the N word in that, but that's how it morphed. Kill the Indian, say the man, honest Indian, Geronimo. These are all ethnic slurs built in colonialism. And so, you know, these things are part of the nomenclature, even the word redskin. And so as we begin to talk about my argument, focus on the relationship between stereotyping and controlling others. My presentation is how power and control encourage stereotype, as well as how people can be discouraged by stereotype by getting them to pay attention. Social control operates through the direction and nature of attention. People in power stereotype in part because they do not need to pay attention, which is what I call white privilege. They cannot easily pay attention if they may not be personally motivated to pay attention. So these are things that I wanted to share with you just real quickly. Those are three case studies that that talk about the categories. The three, I place them in three categories. One is personal racism, social racism, and institutional racism. And that is part of this nomenclature. I'm not racist, but I think that the experience for Indigenous peoples, not just here locally or state or nationally, it's globally. Because it can, to me, metaphorically, I'll use this and I'll wrap things up because I'd like to have some conversations with you. If you cannot be the doctor, if you're the disease. What I'm saying here is that Europeans themselves have had the disease of internalized oppression through the machinery of whiteness and Eurocentric diffusionism, through their ethnographers representing Indigenous peoples as objects of Europe's global enterprise, if they were the ideal recipients of the white man's burden. For centuries, they have grown to use this experience that they do not always appreciate the fact that they are ill. Indigenous people may feel particularly marginalized and threatened at this point in the world's history. But I submit that indigenous peoples are the closest to an understanding of oppression and to the sources of their own healing and renewing. To continue the medical analogy, they may become the vaccine, or what I call the antidote for a disease as old as humanity. So I just want to share that with you. And I guess I could go on, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Serena. The last presentation gives a foundation, the conceptual framework to racism within her lens. But I also look at the work that we're doing, and I'm glad Serena was able to join us about 2 years ago here at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. We protested what they call close the camps because of the immigration children in the United States wanted to put them in incarceration, like many of the Bureau of Indian Affairs boarding schools. So we already know that lesson. And so I like the idea that Serena said, my work is here, not abroad. You know, we've got a lot of issues here within this country. So as we begin to look at that, to whatever the lens may be, is really up to that individual. So I'm going to stop right here because, you know, I could continue to move on and talk about other things. And perhaps we have some questions we'd like to look at. So I don't know where our time is, but I just wanted to just share those case studies with you and see if we have any questions or where we can go. I'll stop right here.
We do have some questions for you, and I would encourage everyone else, if you do have a question, to hop over to the Q&A function and enter your questions there. And I'll start you off, Professor, with a few. The first is, why is it important to call out stereotypes? And do those people in dominant groups have a special responsibility to recognize and call out stereotypes?
Of course. I mean, that's the framework. And so for me as an educator, as a teacher, you know, I look at the individual as a human being, and I try to start where the learner is. I try to start where did you learn this? Where did you learn this perception about who I am, what is my identity? What is my agency? Where did you learn about, quote, Native Americans? Where did you, quote, learn about who we are? Where about our history? Do you know about the soul wound that was generated by the federal government using boarding schools as that instrument to torment and disrupt and delete our culture and our history? And then to try to fabricate it in, you know, to make fun of us by, you know, playing Indian. So really it's predominant inside, but I think a lot of times it's conscious and it's conscious and it's disconscious as well. DYS, just like you try to explain it, the individual so far removed from the reality of everyday indigenous life, they don't even know if they're wrong or right, but they just continue to do because that's their culture that they have been around by osmosis.
Thank you. Here's another one completely unrelated, so we're going to take you in a different direction. The question is that many people do not realize that the US Constitution was greatly influenced by the Iroquois Confederacy's Constitution. Could you tell us some more about that connection?
Yes, indeed. I truly appreciate it. You know, as I teach courses in Indigenous governance and teach courses within Indigenous leadership, I think that one thing that this country can learn from is a benefactor of Indigenous leadership and looking at how shared decision-making has come around to understand, you know, it's a way of thinking, it's a way of governance, what I call nationhood. It's a way of rebuilding our nations. And one thing that's really important that I share with my students, particularly as we begin into a government, that the settler colonial tools will never rebuild Native nations. And so I take that framework metaphorically, Audre Lorde, and talking about dismantling the master's house. And so, you know, I reframe it and say, settler colonial tools will never rebuild Native nations. And so using that same toolkit of mechanics and analytics will not set things right towards rebuilding Native nations. And so as you began to think about, the idea of the contributions, this governance was about how shared decision-making came from a lot of what they call warrior societies that ascended to leadership qualities and ascended to other places that what I call sacred leadership comes from. And that sacred leadership is far from what has been taught in white stream colleges and universities today. They're more mainstream, but they don't go deep enough to really understand what the sacred leadership qualities that really enhance, like the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Comanche, and for hundreds and hundreds of years that kept their governance in place and protected the people, and using this shared governance this methodology of governing and protecting ourselves. And so that is it's what we are trying to get back to, understand those principles rather than buy into the principles of Eurocentric paradigms and the way governance is done today using the Constitution. So, you look at the Tree of Peace where the Iroquois Confederacy, that's truly nationhood. And it's very indigenous. It's matrilineal. Well, the framing fathers of the United States, they used a framework, but they delineated the matrilineal. They delineated the nomenclature, and it became more individualist. So, there's the compare and contrast right there. But hardly anybody gives credit to the Tree of Peace. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that answer. Here's another question. What advice can you give non-Indigenous people on how to be better allies to First Peoples?
Well, thank you very much. I think that's really important. And just know that my thought was, what was it that shook your foundation, that really changed the kind of ideology that you have, because your ideology drives your practice. And so if that's something that you could reflect upon, what created your worldview? I mean, what was your social order? Was it your church? Was it your community? Was it your school? Was it your family that created that worldview? And all of a sudden, just like what I saw with Serena, a paradigm shifted within a kind of a multicultural diversity discourse being blitzed at the university level, that would come into place. But also just to do your own work within yourselves, to decolonize yourself. I mean, we wrote a book called For Indigenous Eyes Only. It's a decolonization handbook. And so the best thing is to get into study groups. The best thing is to get a mentor. The best thing is to align yourself with people of critical thinking, and then just do the good work. I mean, just be creative in the way we do things, and help one another out. But really, where that is really the place. But try not to interfere, because you try to interfere, that then therefore you cross the cultural boundaries, and you become you become more the agitator. And so it's really important to know your positionality.
All right, one more for you. And I see that there's one in the chat, so I will go over there in a second. The question in the Q&A is about promoting Black and Indigenous solidarity and how those two communities can more effectively work together.
Well, thank you very much. I think the stories are very similar within the construct of settler colonialism. And that I think that's some of the things that are really important, particularly for those that like to cross boundaries or are able to cross boundaries and create a safe place to do so. But that's where the thing is where you have to create these courageous conversations, because from that, your consciousness rises and then you move towards praxis. Because, there's a lot of people that move in the critical thinking, but that doesn't move their practice. They're probably going to be stuck or say, oh, you need to find somebody else to do this kind of work. But I'm saying with community work and critical thinking, critical race theory, and for me, it's indigenous resurgence theory, we move in that direction. And so we began to look at the solidarity types of movements and look and say, hey, we're in the same story and predicament with settler colonialism and Eurocentric capitalism. So let's see what we can do, share our stories, and then help one another out, because we're really trying to change systems. And so, I think that's really important. I think the solidarity for us at Cameron University, and we're not done yet, came with the AAUP, and they came forward with a letter of resolution to support the works of the Native students. And all of those individuals are professors, and they're non-Indigenous. And so they join and as allyship within the art community of practice. And so from that, we try to work together. And it's taken a while, because we know that we're working with a system and a hierarchy within the state of Oklahoma, and Cameron is within the regions, western region to the state of University of Oklahoma. And so we know that. And so we began to work within that kind of system to dismantle and settle those structures.
All right, I know we have a couple more questions in the chat, and I am trying to negotiate that here. And it is not working for me very well at all. Shelley, can you see the chat better than I can and maybe ask the questions that are posed there?
I see one.
Okay, and I think another one is coming. I asked half of a question that was in the Q&A, and then it disappeared on me. So hopefully, Chiquita, you can retype that into the chat.
There's one from Nyla. While it is important to critique colonialism and neo-colonialism, is it just as important to develop an internal critique of possible discriminatory or fragmentary practices within marginalized communities, particularly gender hierarchies?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Not only just for me, I try to start with yourself, and to try to identify, your story, your agency, your identity, and frame out. So mine is more from Comanche, Kiowa, Plains, Oklahoma. We were here before even the concept of Oklahoma was even, conceived and began. So, but there's a lot of internal racism that has been a part of this colonialism. So this internal lateral oppression is fluent. And so what many times when we don't learn the lessons, like Paul Freire had talked about, is that when the colonized become the colonizer, we have not learned anything. And so we're learning that and seeing that. I'm seeing that because we have to work within our own selves. There's a lot of internal racism within our tribal nations, and particularly when it comes to identity, blood quantum, when it comes to scholarship, when it comes to stories, when it comes to ideas of who we are. It's very important to talk about that. And so yeah, it's inside out approach, but mainly as we begin to deconstruct this colonialism, it's really helpful to understand your power in place. So I really appreciate that question.
All right, there's another one that popped up in the Q&A here from Cora. What impact do you think these anti-critical race theory laws are going to have on further dismantling these systems of colonial oppression and the land back movements?
Well, I think it's a scare tactic. I've been working with the multicultural movement since the 80s. I'm one of the founders of the National Association for Multicultural Education. We were born out of ATE, AERE, because of the splinter groups, we always were in the shadows of the mainstream group. And so we say, hey, let's just form our own little group. So we did. And it blossomed to where it is today. But I think a lot of the diversity movements moved out of that and tried to create our own theories that would reflect our own stories. And so, I do enjoy critical race theory. I do have a lot of colleagues that are a part of the ethnic studies discourse across the country. My framework moved more towards self-determination with indigeneity, looking at sovereignty and tribal self-determination is that paradigm. And so mine moves in that direction. So I use indigenous survivance theory as part of my praxis in my research methodology, but it also unsettles settler colonialism because of that. So it's a threat. And so I know that in my early work at the University of Kansas, if we did not use critical race theory in multicultural classes, we would not have been able to move in a conscious way to really bring culturally responsive teaching and learning practice to its place, not only within the service area of KU in the Midwest, but those teachers that have never seen or witnessed any kind of framework that is diverse. And so they go, but of course you're always having the resistance, because a lot of the resistance, particularly a lot of the mainstream teachers would say, why do I need this multicultural course? There's nobody that has any culture. It looks like people of color in Colby, Kansas, or Western Kansas, or, liberal Kansas, or, there's nobody there. It's just all white folk. I said, well, no, everybody's not going to be there for the rest of their life. I mean, we do live in a global society, and so we should be able to understand the global issues at that. But that was the resistance. But I also think it is still the resistance even today, here, particularly here in the state of Oklahoma, when they just passed about a month or two ago, a law legislated teachings against of race and gender. But I continue to do that because I don't teach here. I teach at the University of Washington, and I'm retired as well. So I continue my discourse, which is very needed. My doctoral students are always asking what's happening across the country, and of course I come back to where I was. I was born here, and so I began to tell them about this, the things happening in settler colonial Oklahoma. They continue to teach about the Oklahoma land rush, and I couldn't believe that was still happening. So, because we have all kinds of curriculum in Oregon and in Washington about the Oregon Trail through the indigenous eyes, and so the statehood through indigenous eyes. But still, here we have that cognitive block and imperialistic nostalgia and cognition that is prohibiting us to continue the work of doing a critical race theory and also really bring together a global society.
This one more question follows very nicely on your response to the previous question. I think you've taught in a number of states besides Oklahoma. Please tell us about how your indigenous personage was received elsewhere compared to your native state.
Well, I have to be grounded within my own culture first to give a framework conceptually to the situation that it be. Whether it be in California, New Mexico, Arizona, but I see the similarities of our story, my indigeneity. My story is more framed as an indigenous person. And then that's my agency, but it's looked at within, settler colonial frameworks that we have gone to school with. All my life, I've gone to school in public institution, public school, public university, public graduate school, and what to me, what does that usually, what does that usually mean? What is the outcome? And it usually means the outcome of being very individualistic, very Eurocentric, very competitive, very materialistic. I mean, those are pretty much outcomes of many public schools in my day in the 70s. That hasn't changed. A lot of students tell me, well, those domains haven't changed much at all, particularly here in Oklahoma. I said, well, that's the reason why we have to diversify our work in our curriculum.
Thank you for that. Dr. Anderson, I think we are at the end of our questions, unless I have missed some over in the chat. But to keep to the schedule, I'll throw it back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Piwardi, for your insights. Very needed and very timely. What we will do now is we're going to give Dr. Schmidt time to prepare his presentation. In the interim, I want to remind everyone who signed up for the dialogues today with the Institute for the Healing of Memories. Those dialogues start at 2 o'clock, and to be sure and access the space through the links provided. Those links come from them. I also was informed that there may be 1 or 2 openings. So if you are interested in acquiring a space, please contact them, or at least check your email to see if you have been notified about an opening. So what we will do is turn it back to Chris, and we will start with Dr. Mark Schmidt at 11:05. All right. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. We have Dr. Mark Schmidt, who will be serving as our next presenter. He is a Stuart Hall Fellow and Research Associate of English and American Studies within the Cultural Studies program at the, forgive me if I butcher this, Mark, Technische Universität Dortmund in Germany. He is the author of many publications, including British White Trash, Figurations of Tainted Whiteness, and co-editor of Intersections of Whiteness. His research, publication, and teaching focuses on social abjection, the intersections of race and class and their cultural figurations, theories of British cultural studies, and critical race whiteness studies. Dr. Schmidt, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm really delighted that I can be here from Germany. I don't know if I would have been able to make it, pandemic or not, but so this is a great opportunity and maybe one of the positive side effects of the pandemic. So I'm going to share my screen with you. And I'm going to talk about understanding hegemonic whiteness. So now, of course, this can't be, done in just 30 minutes. So I will just give basically a brief glimpse at, the possibilities of how to understand hegemonic whiteness. So maybe a bit of the context. As Dr. Anderson has said in her introduction, I'm teaching at a German university in the English language program. That is, most of my students are future teachers of English, and very much our academic tradition, as it were, is rooted in British cultural studies of the Birmingham Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies. So this is very much what I'm indebted to. And my teaching is in the areas of literary and cultural studies, and including sociological methods as well. So depending on social, cultural, and historical circumstances, whiteness becomes a constitutive component in the construction of a hegemonic social identity that helps maintain social hierarchies and inequalities based on ethnicity. Whiteness as a social and cultural identity is continuously produced and reproduced within complex cultural, political, and historical contexts, as well as intersections with other identity categories. Therefore, we must study the production of white identities in such contexts in order to gain a full understanding of racism. I want to focus on various figurations of whiteness. I aim to show how such figurations form a wide-ranging social imaginary that shapes our knowledge of ethnicity and produces a normative, invisible whiteness. And by invisible, I mean that it's basically invisible in the sense of unremarkable for other white people. So it's certainly not the kind of invisibility that we, for example, find in Ralph Ellison's novels Invisible Man. I will demonstrate this approach by highlighting how different figurations of whiteness formed white hegemony during specific historical moments from modern Western colonialism to the present day, such as the case of Irish versus Anglo-British whiteness, the role of class, and figurations of so-called tainted, that is hyper-visible whiteness, such as white trash in the USA and the so-called chavs in the United Kingdom. I want to demonstrate how white identities have been produced historically and culturally. The use of the concept of figurations as an epistemological frame helps to come to terms with the complexities of cultural identities because, among other things, it bridges the gap between the lived material reality of cultural identities and the area of symbolic representation that shapes our cultural knowledge, such as in the media, literature, and the arts. I therefore want to show what the place of the study of figurations is within the wider project of critical race and whiteness studies. This leads us to questions of history and cultural representation. It is here where many of these four aspects manifest themselves and thereby symbolically reflect the materiality of racism and white hegemony. The question of history tries to address how whiteness became hegemonic in certain contexts over time. Whiteness needs to be historicized in order to deconstruct the myth that it just is an identity and always has been a superior form of identity. The second question wants to address how whiteness and its normativity are being reiterated and manifested in cultural representations. For the first question, let us have a look at two examples, the whiteness of the Irish and the whiteness of the British working class. Both are European examples which are closely linked to a transnational history of imperialism and colonialism. Both histories lead us from the British and the Irish islands to the Americas. As Steve Garner has argued, the Irish represent an ideal type to study the raising and becoming white of certain ethnic or cultural groups. To quote, from an Irish perspective, black-white paradigms of race, which neglect the mystification of whiteness and assume power lies unproblematically and equally with all whites, and new racism are hardly new. The experience of the Irish as a racialized white group vis-à-vis other more powerful white groups and less powerful others is an ideal type from which to develop arguments about the contemporary field. The making of the racial status of the Irish is closely linked to the racism of British imperialism, as well as to the development of scientific racism in the 19th century. And this is what Alistair Bonnet has to say about the Irish. In Britain, the otherness of the Irish, their status as colonial subjects rather than agents, has been marked both by their Victorian scientific identification as a lower race and by their persistent cultural representation as non-civilized and primitive. The history of the Irish race, in inverted commas, is an important part of the reconfiguration of notions of ethnicity, race, and class during the colonization later on of the Americas. To quote once again Steve Garner, there is manifestly an enduring and well-developed popular notion of the Irish as constituting a race. The idea that there is such a thing is therefore not only the result of the racialization of the Irish by the British and later by American WASPs, but also the fruit of work by Irish nationalists aiming to construct a positive, that is self-defined identity in the face of the negative representation of Irishness around them. The key to positing racialized identities is to link the natural inextricably to the social, as was achieved by Enlightenment thinkers. There must therefore be two dimensions to the idea of race, a set of phenotypes that correspond to the cultural and social attributes of the Irish. And I think what's crucial here is also that Garner emphasizes the role of Enlightenment thinking as basically being a part of the colonialist project. So this idea became more concrete as British colonialism progressed in the 17th century. As Garner observes, the idea was that Native Americans, the Irish and Africans, were linked in their shared barbarity, or at least incivility. In order to construct themselves as a morally, culturally, and biologically superior nation and ethnicity, the English needed a racial other, which they located overseas, as well as on the Irish Peninsula during its Anglicization. As Garner emphasizes, the English did at first not concentrate on the body, but on culture as the site and expression of difference. As you can see in this later image from the end of the 19th century, this was later reinforced through the emerging biological and evolutionary discourse of the 19th century. Here, the alleged physiognomic evidence is constructed to argue that the Irish are closer to Africans biologically than to Anglo-Saxons. So how, to paraphrase the title of Noel Ignatieff's influential book, Did the Irish Become White? This again has to do with the history of colonialism. When Irish prisoners were sent to the colonies to work on plantations alongside slaves from Africa, the English feared that the Irish and the African slaves could form an alliance to overthrow their colonizers. So in order to destabilize a shared identity of the colonized or the oppressed, they granted the Irish the status as whites so they could feel superior to Black Africans. So we can see that white hegemony is something that is, we could say, organically adapting to certain situations to maintain its status. What we can see in the example of the Irish in terms of intersectionality is the intersection of discourses and meanings surrounding race, ethnicity, class, as well as religion. The Protestant Anglo-Saxons considered themselves superior to the Catholic Irish. The becoming white of the British working class can be reconstructed along similar lines as the becoming white of the Irish. It might sound surprising today, but the working class in Britain hasn't always been identified as self-evidently white, that is the indigenous working class population of Britain. This is because social class strongly intersected with racialization. Like Steve Garner for the Irish, Alistair Bonnet has identified imperialism as the paradigm shift for the racial identity of the working class. It was only after encounters with non-white people in the African colonies that the British working class gradually came to be perceived and perceived itself as distinctly white. This came about especially in the 19th century, when those working in the colonies gradually came to enjoy a privileged status, very much like the Irish. What is more, the immigration of Irish laborers to Britain complicated matters further and led to the formation of a specifically English working class identity based on the notion of race. So the English working class formed their racial identity vis-a-vis people of color in the colonies, and also vis-a-vis the Irish, which also emigrated to England. This observation is made in Cedric Robinson's influential book, Black Marxism. Robinson traces the racialization of the Irish and the English working class in order to challenge the dominant Marxist notion of a coherent working class consciousness and a global transnational working class consciousness. Robinson argues that the history of capitalism is interwoven with modern race thinking, and that Western Marxism is an insufficient because Eurocentric and white-centric approach to the history of global capitalism. To quote, for whatever it is worth, it would have been inconsistent with the tenets of Anglo-Saxonism to detach the English worker from a racial hierarchy that was quite adequate in locating the deficiencies of the Irish so-called race. The Irish worker, having descended from an inferior race, so his English employers believed, the cheap market value of his labor was but its most rational form. End of quote. The history of the Irish working class demonstrates an observation that Stuart Hall made in the 1980s, that race is the modality in which classes lived. And Robinson's and Stuart Hall's observations also resonate with the Black British Marxist Alabhavana Sivanandan, who points out that Marxism as a class struggle is insufficient to solve the problem of racism, because it is basically not accounting for the unique quality of the experience of colonization and exploitation of African countries. That it still holds true today that race is the modality in which classes lived can today be seen in some recent examples. In the summer of 2011, riots erupted in London after the fatal police shooting of an unarmed Black man called Mark Duggan. The riots, which began as a peaceful protest against racist police violence, spread across the capital and over other major cities in England. What confounded observers was that the copycat riots were not exclusively focused on that issue of racist police violence, and that a significant number of the rioters and looters were white. The comments of the conservative historian David Starkey during an interview on BBC are quite telling in that context. To quote, "A substantial section of the chavs have become black. The whites have become black. A particular sort of violent, destructive, nihilistic gangster culture has become the fashion, and black and white operate in this language together, which is this Jamaican patois that has been intruded in England. And this is why so many of us have this sense of literally a foreign country. It is about black culture. It is not skin color, it is culture," end of quote. The chavs that Starkey so scandalously refers to are the phenomenon of Britain in the 2000s. The term emerged around 2004 as a name for white lower working class youth displaying certain cultural practices such as wearing designer sportswear and behaving supposedly rudely in public. The origins of the word chav are not clear. Some claim it is an acronym for council housed and violent, which would point to the class-based discrimination. Some say that it is a Romani word for little kid, and yet others argue that it might derive from the Indian word for tea servant, chawala. Whatever the actual origin, it becomes clear that in this term, ideas of race and class are conflated. It is comparable to the American term white trash, and indeed, the term white trash has been increasingly adopted in Britain from the 1990s onwards. An example for this is the interior monologue of the main character in Irvine Welsh's novel Trainspotting about Scottish working class youth in Edinburgh. And the character in Scottish English says that Scotland and Edinburgh are a place of dispossessed white trash in a country full of dispossessed white trash. Some say that the Irish are the trash of Europe. That's shite, it's the Scots. The Irish had the battle to win their country back, or at least most of it. The chavs can be found across many discursive sites and are therefore an example of how cultural figurations produce intersectional race and class identities. Throughout the 2000s, the chav was a ubiquitous figuration. A prominent example is the character Vicky Pollard from the comedy show Little Britain, played by the actor Matt Lucas. Vicky Pollard evokes notions of the white lower class as lazy, sexually promiscuous, and culturally associated with Black culture, as in the racist comments by the historian David Starkey. And these kinds of qualities compromise her whiteness. Pollard is what David Starkey must have had in mind when he made his infamous comments on the English riots. What this demonstrates is that certain figures become meaningful within the social imaginary. Material reality and cultural representations intersect and produce images of a group of people, which then has an effect on the lived reality of people. Such figurations therefore produce knowledge about people and their identities. Whether what a character like Vicky Pollard represents is realistic doesn't matter. It produces its own symbolic reality that in turn has material effects on actual people who might be made fun of or in real life based on what can be seen in a fictional TV show. The concept of figuration enables us to take into account various spheres and discourses from which the social imaginary of racial identities emerge. In this concept, no discourse or sphere is privileged over the other. It helps to analyze and theorize the performative aspect of how identities are figured across different spheres and discourses. In other words, a filmic or literary fictional character and their racial identity is not merely an illustration of this particular identity and what it means in the real world, but it is actively shaping and interacting with the wider society. Thereby, dominant ideas about certain individuals or communities can be naturalized, but also challenged. Fictional figurations of identities are as much part of the semiotic world, that is the sign system of our society, as everything else. The concept, therefore, helps to organically combine sociological and cultural studies research. I therefore draw on the sociological and anthropological use of figuration by researchers like John Hartigan Jr. And Hartigan Jr. argues that, to quote, figures call attention to the way people come to consider their identities in relation to potent images that circulate within a culture. Figuration is a drastic improvement over stereotype in that it captures the active way people subjected to certain debasing images are able to inhabit them in complex ways that involve critique and elaboration. The concept of figuration is therefore more organic and versatile when it comes to describing the reciprocal effects of fictional representations in wider society. As I have argued in my own analysis of the literary figurations of British white trash, Hartigan Jr.'s approach can be instrumental in bridging the gap between the analysis of sociological phenomena, that is, the lived and experienced reality of ethnic and class identities, and the analysis of the representational and symbolic component of such phenomena in literary, film, or cultural studies. The advantage of this type of analysis is that it offers ways to understand the interplay of the symbolic and the material. It therefore enables the researcher engaging with the figurations approach to study the embodied knowledge of racialized bodies. Figures that are on the one hand readable as symbolic representations of racial or class identities, and at the same time they are the very bodies that live and experience the reality of embodying this particular identity. In the example of the chavs, we can see how a hypervisible tainted whiteness, the whiteness of the excessive and unruly lower class subject, becomes a figure through which an invisible and normative whiteness can establish itself. In other words, the symbolic order within which a figure like Vicky Pollard can be decoded as meaningful produces a knowledge of different forms of whiteness. In intersectional terms, the classed whiteness of the chav allows privileged middle-class whites to render themselves as invisible because unmarked by class status. The figure of the chav therefore embodies a negative knowledge about unacceptable forms of whiteness. Through such negative figurations of hypervisible whiteness, normative middle-class whiteness can be produced without having to explicitly articulate itself. More concretely, the figurations approach can, for example, help to make sense of the role of ethnicity in the London riots and of what a fictional TV show such as Little Britain has to do with this historical real-life event. Now, we have seen how constructing hypervisible, undesirable forms of whiteness serve to be a contrast to an invisible form of whiteness. The novelist Toni Morrison, with her book on whiteness in literature titled Playing in the Dark, and scholar Rebecca Arnerud can be credited with having first explicitly dealt with the issue of representing whiteness as an invisible norm in Western literary texts. As Arnerud states, whiteness operates as an unmarked racial category in many literary texts. Literary representations thereby become the symbolic backup of what Ruth Frankenberg has called whiteness's location of structural advantage and a set of practices that are usually unmarked and unnamed. Toni Morrison, in a close reading of literary texts, has pointed out that whiteness is always an unspoken presence, whereas non-white characters are often explicitly racially marked. This is also echoed in British journalist Renée Eddo-Lodge's recent book, Why I'm No Longer Talking to White People About Race. In this book, she remembers her experience of reading the Harry Potter novels and other cultural texts as a Black British girl in search for characters to identify with. To quote, "After 4-year-old me came to terms with the fact that I would never turn white, I found refuge in white fictional British and American characters that I could relate to. For so long, that fictional heroic character, loved by so many, has been assumed to be white because whiteness has been assumed to be universal. It is in film, television, and books that we see the most potent manifestations of white as the default assumption. A character simply cannot be Black without a pre-warning for an assumed white audience. Black characters are considered to be unrelatable, with the exception of a handful of high-profile crossover Black Hollywood stars. When casting for film and TV does take the step to cast outside of whiteness, fans repeatedly reveal their ugly side, voicing their upset, disgust, and disappointment. Fear of Black characters is fear of a Black planet." End of quote. Eddo-Lodge's argument echoes the so-called invisibility thesis in critical whiteness studies. Whiteness is at the same time invisible and universal. She illustrates this by looking at recent casting debates. When the beloved Harry Potter novels were adapted for the stage, the casting of the character Hermione Granger with a Black actress was in parts met with an outcry by fans of the series who claimed that even though her race was never specified in the novels, she was supposed to be white. Equally, rumors of the potential casting of Idris Elba as the next James Bond were met with resistance from important figures associated with the James Bond franchise. Former Bond actor Roger Moore said that Bond should be, to quote, English, implying that a Black actor couldn't be a fitting embodiment of Englishness. A writer of the franchise argued that Elba was, to quote, a bit too street to be Bond. Like Moore, he didn't spell out race, but it was implied that street was a synonym for a specific performance of Blackness that was not supposed to be rhyming with the notion of a white James Bond. The James Bond films are based on novels by Ian Fleming from the 1950s. They were set against the background of the Cold War, with James Bond being the epitome of a British post-war nationalism. The James Bond universe is therefore firmly situated in a post-imperial era of British history, Britain had just defeated Hitler together with the Allies, and there was still some trace of Churchillian grandeur in the air. Over the decades, the franchise has more or less transported this kind of spirit with various inflections. Eldridge Cleaver wrote about the James Bond phenomenon in the 60s in his essay collection Soul on Ice, to quote, "James Bond offering the whites a triumphant image of themselves is saying what many whites want desperately to hear reaffirmed. I am still the white man, lord of the land, licensed to kill, and the world is still an empire at my feet." James Bond feeds on that secret little anxiety, the psychological white backlash felt in some degree by most whites alive. Looking at the 2015 casting debate, it seems that not a lot has changed since Cleaver's observations, even when Bond's whiteness seems to remain unnamed. Bron Ware has addressed the connection of invisible whiteness and Anglo-British identity. She says that whiteness is synonymous with Englishness, forthcoming as a hidden normative code that determines who is in or out on the basis of birth and complexion. The Bond example shows how a specific kind of invisible whiteness, ostensibly signified as English, becomes a hegemonic formation. That whiteness is the core of this figuration is made apparent when it is challenged and threatened to be replaced by non-white representations or non-white bodies. As Rini Edolodge states, white people are so used to seeing a reflection of themselves in all representations of humanity at all times that they only notice it when it's taken away from them. So to conclude, what these examples of cultural figurations of whiteness show is how whiteness today relies on figurations to reproduce itself within a social and racial imaginary. That these symbolic cultural figurations are closely connected to the lived reality of race and class can be seen in the way they are a continuation of historical material manifestations of race and class. This doesn't necessarily mean that artistic cultural representations are always consciously manufactured to be, as it were, propaganda for hegemonic whiteness. A lot of the underlying ideology only becomes conscious when it is put under pressure, or as we have seen in these examples, is criticized or threatened to be replaced. The examples show that whiteness, like all racial identities, is not a transhistorical fixed given, but is consciously reiterated and performed. In order to critically engage with white hegemony in contemporary Western societies, it must be interrogated as a form of becoming rather than static being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Jennifer, do you have questions for us?
I do. And as I'm reading the first one, I would remind everyone to go ahead and use the Q&A function to ask your questions. Some people are using the chat as well, which is fine, but I have to go through Shelley to see that. So try to use the Q&A if you can, but we'll try to get to your question in the chat as well. So Dr. Schmidt, here's the first question. Do you think that tainted whites can identify with hegemonic whiteness because it presents the only sanctioned model for social and economic success and power?
Yes, I do. I think they can. And very often you could, in Marxist terms, describe this as maybe false consciousness, right? Because not all whites equally share or benefit from whiteness in all situations or historical contexts. But it's definitely the case that the idea of a tainted whiteness is also turned around currently. So for as anthropological and ethnographic research, especially in Britain, has shown, calling someone white trash or calling someone a chav is, of course, denouncing a certain type of whiteness that is supposed to be, pre-racial, as it were. White trash is, from a middle-class perspective, to be considered the residual racist, white supremacist culture. Whereas, of course, people who belong two groups of people who are described as white trash or chavs can equally also believe that by being white, they enjoy a privileged status, right? And this has been shown or demonstrated, especially in Britain during the whole conversation about Brexit, leaving the European Union, which was very often also a phenomenon of white working class people believing that immigration, worker immigration, especially from Eastern Europe and other countries, was threatening their privileged status in their own country. And here we can see that there is, in a way, a resurrection of this idea of a privileged white identity.
Thank you. Here's a question from Nyla in the chat. How does gender interact with race and class to further entrench or undermine the hegemony of whiteness?
Mm-hmm. I would say that it is definitely, and I mean, from an intersectional point of view, you can never leave this out of the analysis and the debate, definitely. So let's say in the examples that I showed in my presentation, James Bond very obviously is, of course, an ideal type of a certain kind of white masculinity as well, right? So I wonder what would happen if there was a debate about casting the future James Bond as a female character, of course, right? This would be equally scandalous for the fans and for the right holders of the franchise as casting Idris Elba in the role, I guess. So very clearly, this is an embodiment of a particular type of masculinity, a heterosexual kind of masculinity, whereas the Vicky Pollard character from the show Little Britain is very much also a negative female stereotype of promiscuity and excessiveness, which is very much coded in terms of gender as well. So these things definitely intersect with each other in certain contexts.
All right, I am checking both here. Any other questions in the chat that I have missed? I don't see any. Oh, there is one. While critical race theory is being scrutinized here in the US, how does this intersect with critical white studies?
Well, I would say, in a way, critical white studies would be a particular, let's say, area of critical race studies in general. And we can see similar problems surrounding critical race studies or related disciplines and methodologies in British academia as well, and in British politics. So there is an equal backlash in conservative British politics, as in the US, to the idea of teaching critical race related seminars at universities and in school, and teaching about the history of imperialism in Britain. And I mean, and from the German context as well, in which I am, of course, rooted and based, we can see, to a certain degree, a similar kind of backlash emerging in German academia as well, a certain kind of resistance to this being an ideological kind of research and teaching, right? I personally think that critical whiteness studies is an important integral part of critical race studies, because this is something that especially white scholars need to address as well, right? So when it comes to positionality from an intersectional perspective, of course, there needs to be a kind of self-interrogation of the scholar subject and also the student subject as well, right? And how they are based intersectionally in their social and cultural realities and the imaginary as well. So critically interrogating whiteness as part of the critical race studies project is vital, absolutely.
Thank you for that. Looking through for more questions here. I see a lot over in the chat, but not questions that I can see. Anyone else before I turn this back over to Dr. Anderson?
Do you want to talk about Doctor Who since you talked about James Bond?
I mean, Shelley, I know you want to talk about it.
So I just, can you talk a little bit more about, since you mentioned James Bond, about what a bizarrely, in a way, prominent role pop culture plays in all of this. The Doctor has always been a white British man, is now a white British female presenting Doctor. I think she's fabulous, but this is one of the few that I can think of where the female version made it in before a non-white male version, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, and we could think that in the Doctor Who series, that you know, whiteness and race in general would not matter that much, but apparently it does. So it's really strange at what points this comes up, and popular culture. I mean, I've been very negative in my presentation because I selected pop cultural examples which in a way are not very flattering, but I would also like to point out that of course there is in popular culture the possibility to create counter narratives, and there are certainly examples in the culture that I predominantly focus on in my own research, which is British culture, where we do have a kind of, you know, playful, critically reinterrogation of certain stereotypes, like the recent TV show Misfits, which even in its title is already indicating that this is about a group of people whose shared quality is that they don't fit into society. And this is a group of young people who develop superpowers by some freak accident. And so in a way, here in this group in Misfits, we find a very diverse cast of characters from all walks of life, from different classes and from different cultural and ethnic groups. So these are, of course, examples of potential counter narratives, but it's very often something that is very difficult to somehow introduce in traditional franchises, apparently, like, you know, long-standing franchises like Doctor Who or James Bond, because there is a certain emotional investment of a certain kind of fan base, apparently, and surprisingly, race and whiteness matter in places where you would think that they should not necessarily matter that much, but apparently it does whenever the conversation is brought up.
All right, Dr. Anderson, I think I'm going to turn it back over to you. I don't see more questions unless you had one, Tanya.
Actually, I do. I really do. You know, as we are all very familiar, there is so much controversy around the concept of critical race theory, and probably even more about critical whiteness theory. And what I would like to ask you, in relationship to critical whiteness theory, how can the average person, not the academic, but the average person, see that as a benefit? What tools of empowerment does that hold?
That's a very good question, because of course, I mean, with a lot of us, especially with me, I would say, at least from my own personal experience, there is a certain kind of professional deformation, right? Because we're so steeped in a certain terminology and in a certain type of kind of a way of thinking about these kinds of issues, which are not necessarily, you know, easily translatable beyond academia. So this is one of the challenges, to make this matter beyond the lecture hall and beyond the articles we're publishing. Well, and for me, what's vital is, of course, the seminar discussion with students, because students come to the university, and most of my students will eventually leave the university as teachers, right? So this is a crucial moment, I think, where it is important to translate the ideas from academia into something that also matters beyond the university and beyond this particular type of discourse. And what I've experienced very often that students come to these kinds of seminars when I'm teaching whiteness studies. They come from very different paths of life to this conversation. And it also differs wildly from university and from city to city, how people react to these things. So very recently, I've had very interesting feedback by students. There is at first a certain kind of resistance, especially for white students, rethinking taken for granted kinds of identity. And this is where it starts, right? This is where the whole conversation starts. But a lot of people also give the feedback that it actually helped them to rethink these taken for granted things, right? And that this was in many ways an eye-opener to certain things and to certain issues, which many may or may not have thought that this was, directly related to them. So this was definitely, is always a very rewarding moment in a way. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work so well. But this is definitely where the place of critical whiteness studies ideas is, and critical race studies. It is not only in, the academic article or the academic presentation, but it's especially, important in the conversation with students.
Okay. I guess, just a thought that popped into my mind, just as African-American identity is not a monolithic thing, because it's not an identity, it's identities. Same thing with all groups. And, when we think of whiteness, which there is no such country on the globe that is called white, but when we think about whiteness, the tendency is also to create this monolithic thing, and it's not monolithic.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And the important thing is to identify the moments where, a kind of monolithic identity is evoked, and also where suddenly people want to be individuals, right? Because this is also, of course, the danger of color blindness and the notion of a post-racial age in a way, right? That people, especially white people, of course, consider themselves to be just individuals, right? So in a way, this is a very complicated and dynamic conversation. So when do I retreat to being part of this monolithic identity, and when do I choose to be an individual, right? And which is not, part of a monolithic ethnic identity. And it's often, with white people, it's a matter of convenience, it seems, right? So I evoke whiteness when it's convenient, and I'm an individual when it's convenient. And it's important to identify the moment where these things switch.
Okay. Mark, thank you. Jennifer, are there any more questions?
I don't think so.
Thank you very much for the questions and the discussion.
That was great. Thank you.
Indeed. We have the honor of listening to Dr. Nyla Khan. She is a prolific writer, scholar, and editor. Dr. Khan's work heavily focuses on the political issues and strife within her homeland, Kashmir, India. Through her writing, she critically observes the socio-political discourse in South Asia through the oblique focus from the margins instead of from an elitist center. She is involved in the restoration of the state archives in Kashmir, a project on which she is working in collaboration with senior administrators in Jammu and Kashmir. Her goal is to engage in a reflective action as an educator working with diverse cultural and social groups, questioning the exclusivity of cultural nationalism, the erosion of cultural syncretism, the ever-increasing dominance of religious fundamentalism, and the irrational resistance to cultural and linguistic differences. Dr. Khan, thank you for joining us today. It is an honor and a privilege.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. Honor is all mine and privilege in such off. So in my presentation, my purpose is to call attention to non-Western societies beyond what might be considered the geographical bounds of a Western paradigm. Non-Western societies that are, is my camera not turned on? Can everyone see?
No,
Hello?
it is not turned on.
Yes. Would you like me to begin again? How strange.
There we go. Please start over again. We don't want anyone to miss what you've said, and we have the time for that, so please.
I absolutely will. Can you see me? Can you see me, Dr. Anderson? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, strange. Okay, okay. All right, so thank you for that kind introduction. It is a privilege to be in such august company. I hope everyone can hear me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, all right, great. So in this presentation, my purpose is to call attention to non-Western societies beyond what might be considered the geographical bounds of a Western paradigm. Non-Western societies that are fractured and traumatized, and that will continue to sabotage themselves unless they actively engage in the process of healing. Young people, as I've reiterated several times, need to be reminded that despite the several letdowns, the process of democratization is an evolutionary one and does not provide instant solutions. In our zeal to be flag bearers of revolutionary movements, I would argue, we forget the importance of facilitating the healing of trauma survivors, helping them anchor and stabilize individual and collective identity while repairing biographical wounds and avoid threatening political entanglement with the outside world. Communities cannot be revived. and nations cannot be rebuilt unless we actively work to rehabilitate those who have witnessed or encountered acts of barbarity or savagery, unless we rebuild trust within and between communities, unless we encourage young adults to acknowledge and celebrate heterogeneity, unless we enrich learning environments where young people embrace authenticity and forge social cohesion, unless we commend those young people for building up leadership abilities and train them to participate in decision-making processes. It also becomes necessary to encourage discussion on the role of individual responsibility, increase awareness that the enjoyment of rights works in tandem with the shouldering of responsibilities and enhance the emotional ability of young people to contribute to the repair of their communities, nations, and themselves. While not allowing ourselves to be overwhelmed by the overload of information that threatens to engulf lives, we would do well to remind ourselves that local communities exercise prodigious influence in the restoration of humanity. I recognize the imperative of engaging with people in local communities, building on the resilience displayed by those communities in the wake of humanitarian disasters, and incorporating communitarian coping strategies into educational methodologies that empower such communities. I have had the privilege of connecting and engaging with social justice activists, academics, and clinicians in the United States, South Africa, Canada, who in their work with diverse communities have interrogated hegemonic definitions of trauma and healing, and have developed nuanced concepts of local coping strategies to effectively heal trauma. Education, whether at the grassroots level or in institutions of higher education, ideally enables greater participation in decision-making processes that impact the larger community. I recall philosopher Martha Nussbaum's anecdote about a program in rural Bihar, India, run by the NGO named Aditi, which, despite the lack of infrastructure, encourages creative education. Nussbaum, on her visit to that NGO, noted that the women who were enrolled in the adult literacy program were stimulated by the assignment of delineating the power structure of their village because they recognized that the ability to read and write gave them the tools to criticize entrenched structures of power. Those women celebrate education as an antidote to fear and oppression. I would argue that students in rural as well as urban areas require teachers that are passionately invested in and involved with the educational process. If educators and students are focused merely on rote learning, their imaginations become impoverished, further conscripting their intellectual and emotional capabilities. Such students lack the tools to effectively question the authority or will of others. They also lack insight into the forms, wielding, and distribution of civic power. In several parts of the world, including India, the status quo ante was a deadening education that imposed learning from outside with little attention to the growing mind of the child. Now I will move on to these are some of the questions I asked myself while writing this paper. Were students in academic institutions in Kashmir, which is a conflict zone, and which is where I'm originally from, were those students being treated like automatons? Was enough being done to enable those students to articulate their own stories while developing curricula and applied research? Did those students have the vocabulary to delineate their experiences and understandings? Students majoring in various disciplines and professions require the support of faculty, as we all know. Faculty members can play an incomparable role in enabling students to build confidence, develop holistically, and cultivate skills that would enable them to attain academic success. As an example, on July 15th, 2019, I was invited to the University of Kashmir to make a presentation on effective teaching and learning process and my experience of teaching in the United States. That lecture was a part of the general orientation course. Now, keeping the mission of the course in mind, and the mission of the course is to provide adequate opportunities for the professional, personality, and career development of teachers in higher education system within the framework of knowledge, society, and to inculcate values, motivation, and skills required in their art of teaching. So keeping that mission in mind, I decided it would be best to forge dialogue with my audience by discussing strategies that worked best in the classroom for each one of us. In order to generate discussion and not deliver a monologue, it was necessary for me to establish a rapport with my audience and acknowledge their cultural emphasis on deference to authority figures, which made them rely on their students' ability to learn by rote, instead of encouraging them to unveil the truth of human existence and experience. Again, I go back to Martha Nussbaum. Nussbaum takes note of the deeper flaws in India's system or systems in the various states of public education. She notes an excessive emphasis on rote learning and teaching to the test as major deficiencies that hinder the intellectual growth of students. More pertinently, she observes that while science and technology are two growing areas of interest in India, the virtues of critical thinking and freedom to broaden intellectual horizons, which are so crucial to the health of a democracy, are sorely neglected. I recognized that presenting myself as a know-it-all, Western-trained academic would be anathema to the people I was addressing and would end up alienating them. I also took cognizance of the diversity of the group I was addressing. Although all the young academics of the audience had come of age in the conflictual years of Kashmir, it was not a homogeneous group. They varied in terms of quality of education, ethnicity, primary language, and socioeconomic status. They also varied in terms of their research skills, understanding of heterogeneity, facility with the English language, acculturation to an urban environment, or lack thereof, and ability to generate a creative exchange of ideas in the classroom. There were very few female lecturers in the group. A couple of them wore burqas, which you know is the face covering or veil, and did not remove their face coverings during my interactions with them. Although I was sensitive to the additional pressures on female academics to conform to gender norms, particularly in a conservative society, it was a bit of an adjustment for me to address people whose facial expressions were not visible. While it wasn't my intention to touch anyone's raw nerve, I pointed out with as much subtlety as I could muster that none of us was above her or his own conflicts, ambivalences, rage, helplessness, losses, feelings of revenge, guilt, hope, and other internal processes resulting from large group conflicts, or simply due to some events in our personal environments. Were we as responsible educators inclined to weave the influence of external events and traumas associated with those events into our pedagogy and practice without detracting from our students' sense of agential capacities and ability to exert control? I will repeat that question, which I asked at that lecture. Were we, as responsible educators, inclined to weave the influence of external events and traumas associated with those events into detracting from our students' sense of agential capacities and ability to exert control? In order to set the stage for an exchange of ideas, I began by examining my own subjectivity, biases, and perceptions. It has been my persistent endeavor, particularly at the public talks that I give, to encourage my audience to examine the purported notion of objectivity in research and teaching. The complexity of human subjectivities presents a special challenge to researchers when they interpret and reflect on how personal values influence those interpretations. I then went on to assess how the pedagogical methods which I employ in my classes are suffused with ideologies and discourses that had impacted my identity formation. I believed then, as I do now, that in order to empower our students with a sense of agency, as well as a sense of responsibility to themselves and the larger community, it is incumbent upon us to analyze our motives. So here are a couple of questions that I posed at that lecture. Was I guilty of imposing my own values and biases on the texts and materials I discussed in my classes? Or did I successfully encourage my students to challenge the dominant culture's stereotypical interpretations? Did I give my students the tools to observe with clarity the role that historical events and traumas play in structuring individuals' personal psychology throughout generations? Could my students appreciate nuanced opinions and articulate their own positions effectively? Educators that are sensitized to political, ethnic, linguistic, religious, and gender differences assess and evaluate. How? It is my firm conviction that a holistic education is not merely about the memorization of facts, data, and statistics, but is personally meaningful and politically responsible. I have found that an educator cannot fulfill her or his responsibility of positively. She or he examines and analyzes the dangerous prejudices to which she or he might be susceptible. Educators who have not worked with diverse cultural and social groups might lack the self-reflexivity to evaluate their sentiments about the other and how to avoid transmitting those unexamined and prejudicial notions to the generations after theirs. In order to delve into the labyrinthine worlds of human emotions, ideologies, hegemonies, and the creation of a conducive cultural environment, I described the learning needs of my students in Oklahoma to my audience in Kashmir. And I also talked about my constant endeavors to improve their learning needs by assigning critical thinking tasks to them, which enhanced their sense of autonomy. I thought the most effective way of bridging the divide between my experience with American students and their experiences with Kashmiri students would be, so the experiences of my audience, faculty members in Kashmir with their Kashmiri students, would be by relating an anecdote about teaching Kashmir in an Oklahoma classroom, which I had written about for a couple of publications. So in spring 2010, I taught translations of Kashmiri short stories in my senior seminar on world literature at the University of Oklahoma. Efficacious teaching for me intertwines critical thinking with civic engagement and activism. My students at the University of Oklahoma asked several insightful questions during the discussion, some of which were, what is the political status of Kashmir? Are any women in positions of decision-making in that part of the world? Is the exotic description of Kashmir in novels, poems, and travelogues an attempt to dehistoricize and decontextualize the region and its people? How is the reductive portrayal of Kashmir as a romantic and exotic locale going to make the primarily Western readership of some short stories on Kashmir aware of the political upheaval in the region? Is there an inextricable link between pedagogy and politics? Now, my students in Oklahoma at the University of Oklahoma have been unaware of the political swamp in Kashmir prior to our discussion. It was therefore encouraging to hear them make intelligent comments about worldviews other than Western-centric ones. I recounted that my students had discerningly debated issues of sovereignty, representative nature of democracy or lack thereof, discourse of human rights, and the duty of international powers to protect fundamental rights in politically conflictual environments. Pluralism as an antidote to the orthodoxy of ethnocentric politics. My students also talked about the construction of identity politics and the implosion of the boundary between state and religion. My attempt was to provide instantiations of how analogous reasoning can be employed to process unfamiliar information and debate problem-solving ideas. As I've said at other forums, the perpetuation of a politics that creates and emphasizes cultural myopia and monocultural identities in diverse societies would be the bane of our existence. In order to keep bigotry, which is manifesting itself in various shapes and forms all over the world, at bay, younger generations need to be exposed to the multiplicity in their societies and polities in respectful, inquisitive, self-reflexive, and critical environments. Those of us who seek to empower the youth through our role as educators must have the foresight to pay attention to whether legislations and execution of political, economic, and social policies and programs successfully addresses women's as well as men's experiences and concerns. While focusing on reforms within institutions of higher learning is important, it is just as important, if not more, to envision new ways of healing traumas caused by conflict and power relations within hierarchical, patriarchal structures. I consider it necessary to envision fresh strategic interventions that would take cognizance of people's experiential knowledge as well as lived experiences vis-a-vis displacement, social disruptions, and political disenfranchisement. Having been educated, and this is my personal experience, having been educated at a missionary school with Irish Catholic nuns as my educators, I grew up speaking and writing the Queen's English with ease. My education gave me the tools, or has given me the tools, to express myself with clarity and confidence in an international language. But not every student in South Asia, particularly Kashmir, has that privilege. At an energizing discussion I had with students at a college in Kashmir, that college is on the outskirts of the capital city, a student requested permission to ask his question in Kashmiri. I was sensitive to the student's fear of being unable to adequately express himself in English, which at the end of the day wasn't his native language. The student asked a perceptive question on the politics of translation in the classroom. He asked if it was legitimate to request a professor to translate an English passage or report into Kashmiri, particularly for those students whose socioeconomic backgrounds did not give them opportunities to gain familiarity with the English language. My response was that the purpose of education was to broaden students' horizons by pedagogical innovation. Students become empowered to decipher their multifaceted worlds through the vehicle of education. I strongly believe that young people cannot become productive members of their families, communities, and societies unless they are given the environment to heal and become resilient. Now, in that same session, I noticed a faculty member snigger when a highly self-conscious student attempted to ask a question in Americanized English. It was perhaps the insecurity of sounding undereducated that led the student to ask the question with a twang. Regardless, I appreciated his courage to come out of his shell and overcome his shyness. But I was struck by the contradiction that although there was a critical mass of Kashmiri students in that lecture hall, as well as Kashmiri faculty members, their voices were not encouraged. That incident reinforced my recognition that it is imperative for educators to become more engaged and advocate for their students. My perceptions became even better grounded after I spoke with Professor Betty Harris about her experiences in Southern Africa. Betty Harris conducted field research in Lesotho, Swaziland, and South Africa. During her Lesotho field research, she became conscientized about refugees and others involved in the anti-apartheid movement during many extensive discussions, and that broadened her perspective beyond a US civil rights prism. At the time, while she was conducting her research, many thought that apartheid would come to an end through violent revolution instead of a negotiated settlement. Today, there are born frees, those born after the end of apartheid in 1994, who think that the negotiated settlement did not go far enough in addressing issues of racial, political, and gender inequality, and those born frees entertain the idea of revolution anew. Professor Harris believes that in order for younger generations to channelize their anger, sense of alienation, and take the political process forward, education has to be made more relevant to youthful experiences. She categorically asserts that the educational process is essential in shaping youth intellectual maturity and autonomy, and one's ability to form new organizational structures. Professor Harris reminded me that education, however, is a slow process in which there may have to be interruptions requiring more immediate action. Such interruptions must be incorporated into the entire learning process, in which we may have to learn from our mistakes as well. That is praxis. Those interruptions that required immediate action were evident in the academic institutions I visited in the Kashmir Valley. Every interaction and every conversation with students across Kashmir led me to think about the about the disadvantages of those students, particularly the ones in rural areas. And some of those disadvantages are limited proficiency in the English language, gnawing feelings of alienation from mainstream society, uncertainty looming large, premonitory feelings generated by living in a dysfunctional society. Several of the students I met with belong to marginalized communities, communities that have been demonized by mainstream discourse as either criminal or incorrigibly backward or irredeemably radicalized. How can those students, how can their communities be reintegrated into mainstream society so they can contribute to the regeneration of the nation to which they belong? I posed this question to William Tabernet, who was a prominent figure in the interfaith group of Oklahoma City. And William Tabernet's response was that if members of our younger generations had reason to believe that when they articulated their concerns on issues important to them, especially issues of social justice, policymakers with the power to change things for the better would listen to them with dignity and respect, our younger people would be able to channel their anger and sense of alienation by concentrating on those issues of political and sociocultural import. They would not take recourse in merely protesting by lashing out at society in a general sense. It is unfortunate that many politicians give young people short shrift by not taking them seriously, even when they raise extremely important societal issues, such as gun violence in American schools. Now, our politicians, or politicians the world over, don't take young people seriously either because they do not consider young people knowledgeable and credible enough to have viable solutions to such societal issues, or because politicians are too involved in partisan politics, playing to the gallery, and are influenced by powerful lobbying groups, like in the United States, the National Rifle Association lobby, in respect of the gun violence issue, which might impact their political future and re-election to office. The youth become demoralized by what they rightly consider to be political game playing by politicians, rather than elected representatives and decision makers accomplishing tasks that they were elected to accomplish and propounding feasible solutions to the problems that societies face. If those in positions of power, William Tabernet and I both agreed, would simply start by paying heed to young people and taking them seriously, building trust and making realistic promises about what they are able and prepared to do about the issues raised by those young people, the political process could become gratifying for every stakeholder. Young people could then move forward without playing into the hands of vested interests. Populaces in conflict zones, as well as environments, conflictual environments, are caught in a double bind. And here I'm thinking specifically of Kashmir. They are caught between militarization and brutalization caused by governments and militant or militia movements. Young people caught in that double bind are dealing with an attempt to conflate politics with religion. In response to my question on what it would take to get younger generations to channel their anger and sense of alienation in order to bring long-term stability to Kashmir, Professor Misri, who is an excellent academic located in India, Professor Misri remarked, quote, "The issues raised are of vital importance and need to be addressed urgently with a fresh perspective and perception. A prolonged conflict damages the life of a community. Long periods of imprisonment, loss of family members, sexual exploitation, kidnappings of women, displacement of population and custodial deaths disorient the minds of younger generations. Disoriented minds generate bitter feelings of alienation, isolation, and rejection. These embittered generations can be involved in purposeful activities only in a conducive atmosphere. This calls for drastic changes in existing oppressive systems and structures. The crisis in Kashmir has deepened with the passing of time. The issues have become more complicated and increased the numbers of alienated generations. We need to devise a sound strategy and move forward carefully with great patience. The geostrategic position of affected areas in the Kashmir region will also have to be calculated as a significant factor in working out a viable solution that would bring every stakeholder to the table. I recall a one-on-one conversation that I had with a student at an academic institution in Kashmir. After my talk, that student requested me to visit their college again that year. When I told him that in all likelihood I would give another lecture at his college the following year, he poignantly observed that the volatility in Kashmir had people's lives. He emphasized his loss of interest and inability to cultivate interest in the partially foreseeable future. With a wan smile and a wavering voice, he told me that there was no guarantee that he would be present at my lecture the following year. Planning for the future requires unflinching faith and an unshakable confidence, which, given the tottering climate of Kashmir, that student did not have. Why does a community lose interest in what the future holds? What strategies does a community employ to obliterate memories of the violence or damage done by the violence that it has witnessed? I was racked by these questions when I was invited to give a talk at a women's college in Kashmir. Having taught at that college for a couple of years before I moved to the United States in 1998, I was familiar with the nooks and crannies of the campus and was recognized by the staff, which perked my spirits. I saw the potential for personal growth in the large group of students I addressed that day. Most of them were students of English literature and were struggling to employ works of literature to create a coherent narrative of the fragmented society they lived in. They were making sincere attempts to parse their experiences and create meaning from the ongoing upheaval and commotion in their environment. Through the works of a varied range of writers, some of whom were J.M. Coetzee, Salman Rushdie, and V.S. Naipaul, they were trying to generate meaning from the armed conflict and its ramifications, an armed conflict that has become normalized in that part of the world. Their noteworthy endeavors to stitch together a narrative of survival included discussions about the dehistoricization of the region and the diverse communities in it. They deliberated on the inextricable link between pedagogy and politics, and that brought to the fore, their deliberations brought to the fore the importance of placing their current reality within a larger context to understand systemic injustices and untangle the seemingly impenetrable maze of social silence. In discussing political allegory, we underline the risks of breaking down the walls of silence by sharing personal and community traumas. I emphasized that I had observed in my book, The Parchment of Kashmir, that in the process of nationalist self-image done in their works can be used to recreate and preserve a jeopardized way of life. Such narratives create symbols of nationhood and can impart resolvability to a disharmonious history. I was reminded by a student in the audience about the anti-intellectualism behind pigeonholing an entire community and its political experience. That student talked about colonial repression, imperial subjugation. During our discussion, the students took into account the agency or lack thereof displayed by regional political actors in the over 3 decades of strife. While we were employing works of literature to contextualize community history, familial and community identities, and drawing the line of demarcation between history and contemporary politics, I was gratified to see that some of the students recognized the danger of ignoring nuances or eliding nuances. I saw the enthusiasm of the students to share their perspectives as a repudiation of the culture of silence. Again, I would like to quote Professor Mistry, and I will conclude in just a little bit. I would like to quote Professor Mistry, who pointed out that, quote, living in a constant milieu of violence is living in a totalitarian environment with no individual rights and liberty. The atmosphere all around is surcharged with despair and despondency. A sense of loss of belonging and social moorings takes over. People become wary of expressing their views outside the closed doors of their homes for fear of consequences. The result is lack of trust, even in personal and familial relationships. People learn to speak in whispers. All kinds of unscrupulous forces, like intelligence operatives, extortion agents, and others appear on the scene. Disinformation and false rumors are spread. Inhumane methods of punishment are applied by law enforcement officials. Torture chambers are set up to punish the guilty and contain the rising waves of discontent. Absurd as it may sound, but conflict zones generate a culture of silence. The culture of silent people and makes them cynical and suspicious. A crisis of confidence follows. The affected communities revert to pre-civilized conditions of existence, a state of abysmal fear and indignity. No civilized society can survive in such inhuman and uncertain conditions for long. A transformative strategy needs to be worked out to find a way out of this malaise. Old mindsets have to change. With open minds and innovative ideas, we can move ahead, end quote. It was clear to me that the student-centered approach I employed in my talks at academic institutions in Kashmir enabled the creation of contextually sensitive environments. My effort to encourage students to see the personal significance of historical events and evolution of the political and national consciousness of the community paid off when I saw them veer away from the self-defeating option of self-pity or playing the victim. Instead, I saw inklings of the students taking charge by identifying themselves as survivors. The perspectives of the students were further enriched by the analogies they drew between their experiences in Kashmir with experiences of those navigating challenging terrain in South Africa, the Caribbean, and the United States. I need to end. I realize that. Could I end on a hopeful note?
Yes, I forgive me for saying if you can make it brief.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Dr. Anderson, in my paper, I have written about Viktor Frankl and his concept of logotherapy, which I think is very useful. And I contacted a logotherapist in South Africa, Alfonso Conde, who employs that approach in clinical settings. And here is what Alfonso Conde said to me. He quoted the founder of logotherapy, Viktor Frankl, to emphasize that holistic education enables the development of the full capacity of conscience. And that includes the ability to responsibly respond to the call and demand of each moment of life. I will end with that. And I apologize for my overly long presentation, but I can talk till the cows come home, like my sister and friend Cherie. She and I have that in common.
Oh, that is
Dr. Anderson, I know that we have to end on time for the 2 o'clock session. So I have questions we can ask, or we can come back to those later. I know you're on a schedule.
Yes, we do. Let me jump in. Kelly, how are you for time? Because I know you have an obligation. Another one. Kelly?
She may be busily preparing.
Yeah, she probably is.
I'll check in with Kelly here.
Okay.
Okay. While we're doing that, do we have a quick question?
I think so. Let me ask you a question actually from Shelley. Shelley is a supervisor for student teachers. And she would like to know if you have any good advice. What are some ways to prepare white teachers to serve diverse students without fetishizing those populations, without making them the other, the exotic?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And that's the reason I asked, anyway, I asked the question about generating an internal critique within communities, particularly when it comes to hierarchies. So I think for white teachers to be effective educators in diverse environments, it is important to listen carefully and patiently. Allow students from other cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds to express themselves in safe spaces. Allow all students, including white ones, to express themselves in safe environments. I think it is important to enable students to cultivate empathy, to listen to one another with sensitivity, and to place themselves in the shoes of the other. So create those situations, role playing, for example, that would allow students to place themselves in the shoes of the other, that would enable them to cultivate self-reflexivity. You see, when I write about Kashmir, every time I fall into the trap of romanticizing the culture I was raised in, or every time I fall into the trap of romanticizing the pre-conflict era, I have to correct myself. Because the pre-conflict era in Kashmir, while peaceful, was not a golden age. We had our problems. We had issues that should have been dealt with, issues of hierarchy, discriminatory practices, etc. So I think it is important for white teachers to not, or educators to not overcompensate by glorifying or romanticizing other cultures, but to historicize. This is where the importance of historicization comes in. This is where the importance of contextualization comes in. And also, Shelley and Jennifer, Shelley, that's a great question, thank you. What I have seen with the students I teach in the United States as well as in Kashmir is that there is a tendency to view history through the lens of contemporary politics, and that is problematic. So to reinforce that line of demarcation between history and contemporary politics is important, right? So when we discuss issues of racism in the United States today, when we discuss discriminatory practices in the United States today, that is important, but we should not view history through the lens of contemporary politics. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Shelley?
It does. Thank you for that. That does make sense, makes more than sense. So I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Anderson.
Yes. Given the time and everything, we're not going to take any breaks. Thank you guys. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Khan, for your informative presentation. Next, we have Kelly Lewis, who is Pawnee, Kiowa, Wichita. She is a citizen of the Pawnee Nation and owner of Tribal Administrative Services and Talk Jive Media. She co-hosts the daily show, Them Damn Indians, and moderates the weekly podcast, Ask a Lawyer, a public service with Oklahoma Indian Legal Services Incorporated, or OILS. She hosts a variety of different podcasts that are geared to educate, empower, and inspire her audience. Also, Kelly has experience working with tribal environmental groups, Native American Graves and Reparations Act, and historic preservation programs. She has given presentations about the impact of social and internet media in Indian country. and First Amendment issues within tribal governments to the Oklahoma Indian Bar Association and at the annual Sovereignty Symposium. She coordinates outreach events for oils to provide no-cost legal clinics to tribal citizens across Indian country in Oklahoma, and serves as a board member of the Pawnee Nation Tribal Development Corporation. And I need to make a admission here. During my COVID fevers and my lupus fits, I neglected to put Kelly Lewis in her bio within the packet. Her bio is on the website. And Kelly, again, I apologize profusely for that. But hopefully you know me and you forgive me.
No worries. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. Because this was a little last minute and I changed locations. I thought I was going to be from the comfort of my home and everything, but you know how things get, especially when you're a business owner, right? But my name is Kelly Lewis. I'm Pawnee, Kiowa, and Wichita. And I am actually at the capital of my Pawnee Nation. This is in Pawnee, Oklahoma. And if you can see what's behind me, I'm going to step out of the way. That's a dormitory, and I'm going to do a quick pan, and I'm going to show you what used to be the Pawnee Indian School, Indian boarding school. This is on the Register of National Register of Historic Places, and this was one of the first boarding schools that was opened here in the United States to bring the unruly Indians to take their language and to cut their hair. But the Indians around here affectionately call this gravy U, an homage, if you will, to their cuisine. But my great grandfather was at this school, and like, I may not get through it without getting teared up. But we're gonna walk here. Hopefully, I won't lose my connection. But I wanted to start my presentation right here to show how far we've come as natives, not just as natives, but as Native women. Let's start with, you know, our Native issues have really started to take hold. People are starting to remember Indians, and that is, they're remembering that we have this voice. And we look at this beautiful place here, this campus, and we remember the atrocities that our people have suffered. We remember those 215 in British Columbia, or I'm sorry, Canada, that they just unearthed, those 215 babies in that mass grave. And so while I'm giving this presentation, it does not escape me what a rare opportunity this is to be able to be here and to be able to do what I do in media, especially since culturally Pawnee women are supposed to be silent. I think I kind of blew that one out of the water, right? But one of the things that I did want to talk about as I'm here with my technology and with these things that these Indian kids here would not have even fathomed. We also need to remember that we still have Indian kids, Indian families right here in across this country who do not have access to these kinds of resources and are expected to keep up with non-natives who do have these resources. And so as I start my presentation, I want us to really keep that in mind, because my presentation focuses a lot on social media and its impact in Indian country and the wonderful things that it does and the not so wonderful things that it exposes us to. Can everybody still hear me okay? Just want to make sure I'm not I'm not getting too far away from my signal, because it is a little sketchy. So where I'm going to start here is, you know, it's like I said before, even though our issues regarding American Indians are becoming known, we still have these issues, just like this communication issue, and that brings that comes from a lack of priority from our federal government, from our tribal government. And when we don't talk about these issues where our people aren't eating, where they are homeless, all of these giant social issues that are really exacerbated in smaller tribal communities, they don't get a lot of media attention. And without the attention, you don't get the light of truth to shine on your issues. And being here and remembering those cultural norms of silence and those things that were taken from us, and that protection of our predators, those people who preyed upon us historically, even today. Sometimes it doesn't matter because we're more interested in protecting our predators. And so one of the things that I've learned in listening to these many great presentations throughout this last day and a half is language matters. Communication matters. And, we talked about the Tulsa Race Massacre has been coming up a lot. Of course, we just celebrated its centennial. 100 years ago that happened. American Indians weren't even citizens when that happened. As a student here in Oklahoma, I didn't learn about that in Oklahoma history. And to learn about it now and to look at the media's part of that. And when we look at the verbiage, allies, survivors of that call it a massacre because that's what it is. The media wants to soften that and call it a war, a race war. Now think about that for a second and think about the different perspectives that are coming into that. That's one of our issues with our tribal communities when you think about it. And when you think about the different languages, we have 572 federally recognized tribes with their own governmental structures, with their own cultures, with their own languages, with their own everything. And so that communication on a broad scale matters. Misinformation, and I think everybody here, not only on this panel and at this conference, understands the danger of misinformation. We've lived it. And when that misinformation starts to manifest itself into being a crazy zealot, I think media has a lot to play in that, because people are getting their news from somewhere. People are getting their information from somewhere. And in this day and age of fake news and up is down, black is white, there are some people who cannot discern that. Take the big lie, okay? The big lie, the right and the left. The left says, okay, the big lie, there's no election fraud. Any election fraud has been shown to be perpetrated by Republicans. On the other side, Trump has decided, well, the big lie is that Biden's the president. And so it becomes a real, I would say a bit of a confusion for people who aren't discerning, who aren't informed, who don't understand that, they do in fact put misinformation on the news. They do in fact misguide and misdirect. Thank you, President Reagan and the Ferris Doctrine. I remember when Fox 25 came on, I was a child, but that was a result of that. I was just happy there was another station on our antenna TV, but that kind of dates me. But that's so significant for so many reasons. And that right there affected everything. It affected so many things. And so once we come back to media in Indian country, we know how important it is to get the right information on a larger global and national scale. But let's bring that down to our tribal nations. My tribal nation here, at our last count, we had 3,644 members, citizens.
Kelly, you have stopped. You're frozen. So I don't know if you need to get back to the closer to Wi-Fi.
Tanya, I can try to reach Kelly by phone, I think, or by text. I think she lost connection and was
Internet thing, they probably put a blocker on to stop my internet connection here at the Pawnee Nation. So I had to move and I had to come closer to where I knew I would get a signal, which is our police department. Do y'all see me? Do y'all?
Yep, you're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm seeing Dr. Garneau's screen. So okay. I was a little confused. Okay. Where was I? So our tribes, just like this, our resources, we at the Pawnee Nation have these facilities, and it did not escape me that my ancestors who were here at you are probably laughing hysterically about my failure to connect with technology here at their beautiful campus. But you know, it's like I was saying, you know, all of this, all of the information that comes from our tribes is state-run media. It's all filtered through the tribe. It's filtered through our business councils. It's filtered through our programs. I don't know when the last time I've picked up a tribal newspaper and have seen anything about bad news about murders or rapes or missing and murdered Indigenous people, which that's actually coming to the forefront. And thankfully, our tribes are starting to respond to that. But again, it still comes down to media, and it still comes down to what a lot of the powers that be within our tribal governments find appropriate. Our cultures and our historical trauma are built in secrecy and built in covering up all of this pertinent information. I can't tell you, I was raised by my grandparents, and my grandparents were raised in the Depression. And I can't tell you how many times I heard growing up, stop talking like that. Just sit down and be quiet. Just let it go. Just don't say anything. And that you really, when you get to be like me, and when you're disobedient and unruly, you think, well, why can't I say anything? That's not right. And when you start to look at a lot of things, you know, Indians, we're unique to all of the rest of the citizens here in the United States, in the fact that our very being is a political designation. We have requirements we have to meet to be citizens of these nations. And we have that added layer of government that non-natives do not. You know, and those are good and bad things. But one of the things that we really have to do here in Indian country is get honest about what's going on within our tribe, within our schools, within our communities, because until we do that, we are just not going to be able to move forward. And we're starting to see that. You know, when you're a tribal citizen like me, and you work for your tribe, which I have been there, it's really a difficult line to walk when you are active in your tribe and you see things that either are ethically, morally unlawful, just flat unlawful. And when you try to bring those to the powers that be, sometimes those powers that be are not receptive to that. Sometimes those powers that be don't want to look at it, or maybe they're a part of it, or there's all kinds of things, and there's all kinds of stories in Indian country. Ask any Indian about tribal corruption within their tribe, and you're going to hear at least one story that somebody heard about some crazy nefarious scheme that some tribal leader got their tribe into years ago, or allowed their people to get grifted, either by that tribal leader or by somebody else. But we don't hear that. And as a result of a lot of people not knowing and not having that information and not being local, when it comes time to vote and put these leaders back in, a lot of these nefarious leaders get recycled. I do not live here within the Pawnee Nation jurisdiction. And so any information that I get either comes secondhand from family members, or it comes from our newspaper. And I know because of what I do, that that's not the whole story. And if I want the whole story, I'm going to have to work to get it. This information is not voluntarily shared. And I'm not talking about just basic governmental information. I'm talking about cultural information. I'm talking about familial history. I'm talking about all of these things that natives have always been told not to talk about. This is taboo. Not to mention, you're a woman. Don't you even think about talking about that, girl? You know? And it really comes down to this bringing shame upon your family. I don't know if it's that way in other cultures, but in Native cultures, especially within Native families in this day and age, there is a real stigma to being survivors. And you would think that we would embrace that, considering everything that we have survived. But I think on a large scale, and having the opportunity to visit these different Indian communities within Oklahoma and seeing resources from the highest caliber to the lowest, and wondering, you know, where do our people fit into that? How do our people know what resources are available to them if they're not getting the full story from their tribal media? And so it becomes a real loss, not only the loss of language and loss of culture that we've already experienced, but it's just dying. And there comes a point where we're not going to get that back. And we need to understand that history, and we need to understand that culture, and we do need to keep that alive. On the other side of that, though, we have to come and be modern Indians. We have to understand our role, not only in our overall government, which Indians, we're born with two things. We're born with the blues, and we're born with an inherent mistrust for government. It's just the way it is. And so when you look at it that way, and you want to be involved with your people, you need to make sure, just like with any other office or anything, you want to make sure that you have the correct information, not only of what you're getting yourself into, but the true nature of things. And when you're walking that fine line as a tribal employee and as a tribal citizen, even just as a tribal citizen speaking out, we still have that chance for retaliation. We still have those out there who discourage these issues from coming forward. And that retaliation may look like a loss of a job. That retaliation may look like a loss of benefits or services. And where do Indians go when that happens within their own tribal government? And do they even know that? And so bringing all that back to media and the importance of independent media here in Indian country. I want to talk a little bit first about social media, and we touched on that a little bit earlier. And I'm going to use my own family as the example for this. My grandma is a Kiowa tribal member. She's 87. She does have a smartphone and she can use Siri like nobody's business, y'all. But she doesn't text. She's not on the internet. She doesn't do social media. And I do realize there are a lot of Kiowa elders 90 and above who engage in social media. I get that. She's just not one of them. And so to get a hold of her legislator is sometimes problematic. And especially when there's, hey, here's trash pickup or lawn services or get your house repaired. All of these different things that go out on social media are great for people who are on social media. But for our elders who are, I will say, completely disconnected from that world, many of them are. How does that social media help, especially when their grandkids have all these other things to do? And it's like, oh yeah, by the way, they were giving away, 50 pounds of meat and we missed out because, I didn't realize your tribe had these resources for you, because she's a Kiowa, I'm on the Pawnee roll. So our governments, how they're run, our cultures, they're completely different. Even though I was raised by 2 Kiowa grandmas, I know that side of it, and I don't feel like she should have to learn that in order to be engaged as a citizen within her tribal nation. And so I think with that, the overall question becomes, how do you reach those people to engage whole participation? How do you make media expand to include that very important resource that we have within our tribes? And even considering the connection issues I've had today, how do we expect our tribes and our young people to flourish, especially with this last year of COVID? I can't imagine how some Native students have fallen behind, smart Native students, and it's not because they can't do the work, it's because they can't access the internet at all. And when everything is virtual and you can't sign on when you need to sign on, or your internet's down, or something else like that, what does that do not only to our kids but to our businesses? I run an internet radio station. When there's no internet, it's just what it is at that point. So we're at once completely dependent on it, but we need to make sure that it's working for all of our generations. And that is my challenge to each and every one of us, including myself here today, is to make sure, as we're talking about building bridges, we need to make sure that those bridges are there to cross for everyone. The internet is an amazing thing, and we all know that because we can't function without it. But when it comes to be that deterrent to people getting actual, correct, true information, and our tribal citizens missing out on services that they greatly need, it's incumbent upon us to find those ways to communicate and to bring those our elders and our people who do not have that access, to bring information, correct and true and honest information to them. Independent Native media outlets, there are several, and I'm very proud to be one of those. I feel like we give a voice to tribal citizens who would not have it otherwise. On Talk Jive Media, I encourage citizens to come on and talk about their political concerns, talk about their cultural and social issues without that fear of retaliation from either my outlet or from the powers that be at their tribe. And I've had those issues where tribal leaders themselves have called me about things that are on my platform to ask me to take those down and remove them. By the way, you can find those wherever you get your podcasts, because I won't do that. If those are issues and important things that their citizens are talking about, then our leadership needs knows that it needs to address it. And our leadership loves social media, but hates it on the same time, because that does lend a small modicum of accountability to our leaders and our legislators. And we do desperately need that on every level, not just our tribal level. We have, you know, we have the greatest number, we as natives, we are still largely ignored when social and racial justice issues are discussed. And yet we have the greatest number per capita of incarcerated women, missing and murdered Indigenous people, and sex abuse survivors. 1 in 2 Native women will be sexually assaulted in their lifetime. So when we have to remove those stigmas, and we have to be able to communicate, and we have to be able to talk about these things rationally and in a safe space. And we have to get uncomfortable. We have to get uncomfortable with talking about these things, because the only way to get through it is to get through it, right? And so independent Native media and outlets like mine, we have the power to open those floodgates where these Native issues are concerned. But we've got to get comfortable with speaking out and conquering these systems that are bent on keeping us silent. Thank you so much, and thank you for sticking with me for this presentation and for my glitches and anything else. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Hey, Kelly. I'm glad you figured it out. Technology, a blessing and a curse, right? Dr. Anderson.
If they're not getting it at the police department, I'm worried.
They're probably going to come and ask what you're doing out there in a minute.
And it'll be on film for all the world to see.
Dr. Anderson, do we have time for a question?
Of course we do.
Okay.
It is important. I mean, first, Kelly, thank you. Thank you for sticking in there with us, because it's important. I think someone mentioned on the chat how very, very important it is to engage in internal critique, you know, and it doesn't matter what level it's on. That in and of itself can be an act of love, because you value the thing so greatly. You want it better. You know, it's not unpatriotic. So definitely.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to participate. I was a little daunted when I saw the lineup, but you know, it's amazing to be in the same space with these amazing presenters. And I just want to thank you for thinking of me and inviting me and lending me a spot on this platform to share this message of Indigenous and independent media.
Well, Kelly, I'm going to ask you a question that's been floating around over in the chat in a lot of different ways, and answer it any way that you want from your perspective. The talk over in the chat has been about the intersection of sexism and racism. And I think Shelley put it very well over here, so I'm just going to read her comment. The problem of sexism within racially marginalized communities has come up over and over again in this conversation during this conference. Is racism just that much more visible, do you think? A more identifiable problem? Are we just still too comfortable with sexism to confront it with the same kind of energy? What do you think from your perspective?
Wow. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Well, because that's a double-edged sword, especially as a Native woman, as an outspoken Native woman in a very patriarchal tribe. You don't, there's, I don't want to say it's not even acknowledged, but in that cultural realm, it's still, those roles are still very defined. And there are a lot of people, men and women, who are very tightly held to those cultural norms, and I there's nothing wrong with that. However, when it comes to functioning in this overall society, and that mindset of I'm a man, I'm better than a woman, I'm subservient to a man, I have to wait for this man to speak before I get to speak, kind of thing. And I don't know that it's even really separated that much, and racism coupled with that, I don't even know if natives ourselves even understand racism a lot of times, and what's racist and what's inappropriate, because since these days when we were getting yanked here to this boarding school, that was the one thing that we were told, is to shut up and be quiet and go along. And me personally, today, this day and age, I am 4 generations off the plains. That is it. That is all. And when you look at the church and how the church assimilated a lot of Indians, I grew up in the church. And so when you add that layer upon the just basic, you're a woman, you're less than. Okay, now you're in the church. You're a woman, your only function is to be a mother, to be a wife, to provide that whatever your husband needs, right? So you get that intermingled with that die-hard traditional cultural norm, and all of a sudden women are so much farther down. And when you're conditioned like that, when we're going out and dealing with non-natives, we're already 5 steps behind. I mean, because we're women, people see that, and yet we've had all of these different conditionings that are pushing us back down. And I got to tell you, being a Native woman, I spent last weekend amongst the civilized Indians in southeastern Oklahoma, and there is a difference. There's a difference between the civilized tribes and the non-civilized tribes. And my podcast is called Them Damn Indians. Okay, it just is. We thought it was hilarious and it stuck. But a lot of Indians down there didn't get it. It got their dander up. And I was really shocked at that, because, I'm from the Southwest. We're rugged, we're loud, we're irreverent is I think the nicest way I can put that. And so I think that really brought home that a lot of natives, and especially a lot of Native women, don't understand that we can be in that space to say, that's not appropriate. You can't call me that. You can't talk to me that way, because I'm telling you what, this face has for some reason, it invites all manner of craziness to be said to it. And as a Native woman, when I was younger, I laughed a lot of it off, because that was what I was told. Hey, you know what? Don't worry about it. Don't engage, because you can get in a lot of trouble. If I'm having an argument with my white boyfriend and I tend to get loud and a cop comes by, I don't care if it's one of these Pawnee Nation cops. They're going to come after me. They're going to ask me why I'm being so unruly. And so that's something, another issue that kind of intersects with that is secondary victimization. And that is something else that Native women experience at a very, very high rate, because of our domestic violence issues, because of our abuse, substance abuse, different things like that. I mean, we see that across the spectrum with people of color. And Indians themselves don't even acknowledge those mental health issues. Not even, there was no such thing as depression to my grandma. The depression was the time she grew up in. It wasn't being sad bastard, get up and clean your room kind of thing, And so that's another thing that a lot of Indians are conditioned with, is it doesn't exist. And if you don't acknowledge it, it doesn't exist, and you can go on your merry way. And so I don't know that natives, a lot of natives, have learned to call it out, or are comfortable with calling it out, because anybody who's ever called out something like that it's not comfortable. And especially when you're talking to non-natives who have historically talked to natives and you personally any way they want. And so I think that it's really important to start those conversations as young as we can, even if we're breaking the law in Oklahoma, because that was a real slap in the face to our tribes here in Oklahoma. Considering how much our tribes contribute to our communities and to the state, and to have that in the centennial of these things that happened to our brothers and sisters in Tulsa. You know, it's still there, and I think that we as natives, we need help from our allies to learn how to call that out and to call it out when you see it. And I think that's where the bridges are being built. And I'm so pleased to see a lot of these young Native women start to find their voices and start to really stand up and say, I'm not that damn Indian.
Thanks, Kelly. Tanya, do we have time for one more? I don't know how much you want me to keep.
I think so. Now,
Okay.
let me say this. Those of you who have signed up for the dialogues with the Institute for the Healing of Memories, you may want to just leave us around 1:55 to give yourself time to log in. Also, if you have signed up but were put on a wait list, I was just informed that there is a spot or two that has opened up because of people not being able to attend. So please keep that in mind.
Okay, well, Kelly, I'm going to ask you one more question then from our Q&A here. Cora wants to know about the recent sovereignty rulings in Oklahoma, McGirt, I'm assuming, and how that has impacted, from your perspective, tribal government relationships with the state and your ability to try to reach both, tribal elders and youth and navigating that space.
Okay, well, thank you, Cora. I miss you. Well, with the McGirt ruling in Oklahoma, we're going to come back and take everything y'all got. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's really not what it's about. It's not, but that's what a lot of people think. Like, I mean, I heard that so much in the Choctaw Nation last week, and I'm like, that's not what McGirt is. That's not what it is. Even though I will totally pay my property taxes to the Chickasaw Nation, I would do that. But that's neither here nor there. What McGirt did, it was actually filed under a different case, and I can't remember the name of the previous case right now, but on that previous case, Neil Gorsuch was presided over that previous case. And so when he was appointed to the Supreme Court, the McGirt case had the same implications, so they refiled McGirt to go through the legal process. Now, what happened was, and what the basic gist of it is, and this is the easiest way it was explained to me. Since I'm an Indian, if somebody comes and attacks me, they get tried in federal court, because as natives, we have a ward guardian relationship with the federal government. Our tribal nations are at the same level as the federal government. Our Pawnee Business Council president is on the same level with President Joe Biden. Okay, our leadership is federal. Our leadership is not state. And the state of Oklahoma really resents that more than any other state, I do believe. We have never had a friendly relationship. None of the tribes have had a friendly relationship with the state of Oklahoma. And even our leaders, our tribal leaders like Coburn and these guys who say that they're Indians, the things that they implement don't help Indians. Kevin Stitt, he says he's Indian. No, no, I say. But when someone like that, okay, I'm an Indian, let's elect me with all this because I'm Indian. And then he comes in and does that thing with the compacts and the tribes and tries to fight the tribes for more money. That's not trying to build bridges and have cooperative agreements with our tribes. And it, to me, it's really short-sighted with the state and the municipalities not to engage in those partnerships with their tribes, because the tribes can bring in federal resources, they can bring in FEMA money, they can bring in Indian child welfare money, they can bring in all of these different things to their communities. And so with the civilized tribes who this ruling affected first, they're going to be able once, and they've already got court systems up and running. They've got prosecutors, they've got it all. They've got a Supreme Court, they've got everything. So they're going to be able to start hearing these cases in their tribal courts, or they could go be heard in federal courts. Now, as an Indian, if I go and attack somebody, I don't want my case to be heard in state court. I want my case to be heard in federal court. And so basically that's the jurisdiction of McGirt, is putting natives outside of the state's jurisdiction and putting them under federal jurisdiction. Now, what does that mean for property taxes and everything else? We don't know yet. This was a criminal case. The Major Crimes Act before this told us we could not prosecute those within our tribal courts. And so we haven't. But now with McGirt and again, jurisdiction, that jurisdiction is a federal land designation to these tribes, these boundaries that were drawn. And so if you're talking about the Choctaw Nation, that is 10.5 counties in southeastern Oklahoma. So all of that district is, that's all the Choctaw Nation. And so anytime a native, something happens with native criminal civil jurisdiction, that's going to the Choctaw Nation courts. End of story. And if it's a non-native, it doesn't matter, because if a non-native comes and attacks me, I want the Indians to decide what happens to them. And so that's basically the gist of McGirt. And no, it is not improving relations with the state. If it's doing anything, it's antagonizing things, because again, natives, we're finding our voices and we're saying, hey, we have our own courts. And with our number of missing and murdered Indigenous people, with the number of sex assault survivors that we have at the hands of natives and non-natives, we have the ability to do this for our own people. And that's where the state's like, wait a minute, we need your taxes, we need your bail money, we need your probation money, we need, oh, you know what, we'll incarcerate you if you can't. And so it's a vicious cycle, and hopefully this is going to get itself straightened out in my lifetime.
That was really helpful, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you. For anybody who's scared about my babies.
I was confused.
Kelly, again, thank you so very much. And we're at the end of this experiment for today. Now, people, keep in mind, the Institute for the Healing of Memories will be conducting workshops. The workshops are not the same thing as the dialogues. So Friday, there will be workshops. They're free. There may or may not be any open spaces. So if you're interested, please contact them. Their information is posted in the packet, and that's also on the Fisher Center website. It has been a pleasure and an honor to present this to you, to listen to all of the wonderful information that has been shared through this process, and to have this opportunity to try to build bridges, you know. So thank you for everything. And Shelley, Chris, Jennifer, again, you've been a rock. Thank you. Fill out your surveys if you would. Remember to do that. And hopefully, we're going to do this again. So take care.